And then we're going to fall down to 645 first. We'll fall straight down to 636. Where is this? Yep, right here at the 1/8 point. That's 1/8, 1/8. Let me see. 1/16 you could say. Not really 1/8. Remember, everybody, we're just simply playing for the market to fall right back into the previous trend. If it holds and wants to break out, that's perfect. That's all right. We're just going to give this a second. We'll put the supply and demand zones on top, and then we'll put the CS zones on top of it, and we'll get every single, conclusion that we need. Another large drop right there on SPY. We're up 30% already. And we average down on the other puts, remember that. We're up 30% here. Again, everybody, you could put your stop losses. I think this put is going to be worth, it costs $40 something. I think we paid for it. I want to sell it for around like 120, 130. Just like the contracts from yesterday, last night, when we were playing. So again, I want to sell this contract. We bought it for 40. I want to sell it for 130. Maybe I'll sell it for 90 or 80. We'll just have to see. But for now, 120 at least. In terms of the weekly boxes, you have now broken below it. So if you continue to crash here, you're falling out the sky, everybody. Just keep holding your contracts. Again, only when you actually take profit. So take profit, sell something, at least make it free, and then you could hold it for a little bit longer. Just in case it gets bought up again, right? We just got to be careful. I want to check NVIDIA. Yeah, I think NVIDIA is going to crash here. Hey, you want to sit with me? Go. Go sit with me. Come. She keeps crying because I'm not letting her on the chair right now. Good morning, everybody. Is that who I think it is? What's good, Mikey? How you been, bro? How was the trip you had? Damn. There we go. That's excellent, bro. Hell yeah. Still, he still got you driving, huh? Yeah, that's a lot, Mikey. Holy shit. All right, everybody, we're up. We're up 100% on these options already, so you can put your stop loss. Again, we're up 100%. You got it, Mikey. Let me just get everybody a little bit more prepared for this. Again, everybody, we're up 120% now. We're at $90 already. We paid 40. You can put your stop loss here. All right, we stopped out, everybody. We took our 100% gain. Let's see if this is going to bounce up here, and we're going to get another gain. Let's see if we could buy the same contracts for $40. Excellent first play right there. Today, you know what it feels? You know what today feels like? Today feels like we're going to play a very extreme game of pinball. That's what it feels like we're going to play here, everybody. A very extreme game of pinball. Our other puts that we averaged down on, those puts are already at $20. We bought another one for 10. Next time we're going to buy... Actually, we bought two of them for 10. Excellent. Excellent. Those are already at 88. SPY's still crashing here. Again, we still have puts. We have puts 1 day out for 635. No, 636. We have 636 puts that we got yesterday. We told everybody the market was going to possibly crash today. And then in the morning, I had the whole entire Discord play puts for 645, which is what you're about to hit right now. You're about to go in the money already. So that's crazy. The options are doing exactly what we wanted it to do. We might even get... Actually, let's look at the calls right now. For some reason, my body just thought calls. Let me see. Let's hop into a call play. Let's hop into a 648 play right here. It costs $48. We're just going to buy one of them. Again, everybody, we bought some calls right here for fun. Let's see if we could track this right back up. You should be on the 1.5 reversal point. If not, you should be in between number 2. Let's actually go check now. Let me go measure it myself. Let's see. Right here. Go here. Yeah, you're perfectly on number 2 right now. Options are down. How much percent right now? How much are they down? Let me see. Options are down. %. Again, options are down 5% here. Oh, no wonder. I was trying to see something real quick. I was trying to see if the board was too high in terms of IV. But no, you're perfect right now, actually. IV and everything is perfect. Everything slowed down because of earnings. So it looks like the real switch up here was actually NVIDIA's earnings. In terms of the momentum, you know. As well as many other companies. So again, everybody, just take things really slow. We played puts at first. We got 100%. Then we played the calls right down here. We want this to run right back up to number 1. And then we're going to sell out for like 20%, 30%. If you fall below number 2, you're going to go straight down to number 4. So if you fall below 645 right now, you're going to go straight down to 644, 643. Again, you're perfectly holding on number 2 here. I almost just broke my phone. You had a couple new zones be created yesterday. That's a new zone right there. This is a new zone right here. Look at this drop. Look at this. This looks crazy. For the calls, we're going to average down because they're free. Only at $5 and $10. We have the other plays in the background that we're going to make some good profit on. These are at $31 now. We bought them for $40. They're at $31 right now. Down about $10. Let me see. Anything else we have to do? You fell in between number 2 and 3. You almost hit number 3. If you hold here, you're going to bounce right back up to number 1 and then possibly 1.5 before you go right back down. You already had a big drop, so when it comes to days like today, in terms of how big that drop was at first, it can easily start dropping a little bit more. Easily. The momentum is definitely there in terms of a greater downside drop. I just really want to use that that 0-day capital to play any type of reversal or any type of pullback, but just in a form where it's just scalping, right? So we just wanted to scalp that. We're only down around $10 right now, so we're not worried about it. We already made that whole contract free. Now I want to sell that $40 contract at $60 to $100. Same thing with the puts. The puts went up from $40 to $120 right now, $110. The same puts that we were looking at in the morning. So now I want to see the calls do the same thing because it's still really early. So I just want something small. I don't want nothing too crazy. The put that I have right now in terms of a 636 is expiring tomorrow. So my puts expire tomorrow for the 636 and then my calls expire today. So puts for tomorrow, calls for today. We still have no need to average down on them. Now their value is actually going up for my call. It's at 34 already. I remember we bought it. It went down to 31. And as you're falling lower right now, this call is going up in price, which means you might see a short-term switch up in the price action if the value of a call is holding that well. It's kind of funny, but you can almost see the momentum just staring at the price of options go up and down. That's basically the momentum thing that I was talking about that we can't really We don't have no tools to actually pinpoint. The way you pinpoint it is by looking at the actual speed of the contracts while it's going up and down. And it might take you a couple months, let's be honest here. You're not just going to be able to understand it within a week or two. It took me about 2 years to kind of fully get the idea of momentum and understand that they could be either extremely slow or extremely fast, regardless of that nature. So remember, we already went 100% on our puts. We made these calls free, and now with the calls, we're trying to make, you know, the next puts or calls free. We're just gonna hold them for now. It's a battle zone over here, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good morning, everybody. Oh, yeah, my fault. Thank you for letting me know, Danny. Remember, whenever my screen doesn't work, it tends to be like connection errors. So you just got to let me know, and I will fix it for you, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, Vikash. Absolutely beautiful put play. You got to put on SPX and a put on SPY. You already made $500. Absolutely excellent. There we go, Conary. Nice put on pounds here. Let me check Mumu. I think Mumu's holding here. Perfect. You filled the gap. Now let's see if this is going to go lower. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Why is these Mumu puts still up? Oh my god. This thing is up still 100% even though you're running up against it. I think these ideas are going to be perfect. We'll have to wait and see here. For SPY, my call's already at 41 now. We're almost break even here. We're going to sell for a nice little profit, everybody. Nice little profit. Nothing too crazy. How's everybody's day so far? Everybody's having a good day? Jinx, what is wrong with you? Let me check the weekly box charts. Yeah, I just want to see you run up to the... If you could just run up to the top line. Smack it one more time. Maybe go up a little bit higher. I would love it. We could hold this call for a little while here. We don't have to get rid of this. We could just have this as our insurance. Yo, tell me how that put for 636. Why the hell did it drop down to $10 in the morning from $50? And the answer to that, everybody, is because of earnings. The IV and the momentum that was getting inserted into the market yesterday was so crazy that you were literally lifting up the whole entire options board. So now that we've seen that, now that we know that, it's going to make trading a lot more easier going into these next couple of days because we're going to take into account earnings because we weren't last week. Now, did it affect us since we weren't taking it into account? And the answer is no. Because we were paying attention to, of course, other tools and other ideas. However, if we do pay attention to earnings going forward here, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a real streamlined process. Why are you like? I don't even know what's good with the bunny. She got like zoomies or something. You good? You straight? All right. All right. I guess you're not. So that's what you've been saying. um. No, yeah. Take some puts of those Mumu trades and post them on the Mumu. Post them inside of the community. I would love to see those trades because that's a high gain. You know, that's a crazy gain for us to suggest a person buying something at a certain price, and now they're up 2,000%. You know what I mean? The fact that you're up 2,000% on like a last minute idea that we had is mind-boggling. You know, it's amazing, of course. It's not bad, but it's just mind-boggling how we keep doing this every single time. Not to act unhumble, of course, or act weird, but it's just mind-boggling to kind of see it happen, you know, all the time. That's all I have to say. My fault, Hoover. I wanted to fix up your charts a little bit more, but I was on robot mode last night. We'll fix those charts up today, 100%. Because there's still... bro, I woke up and I was just like, nah, yeah, we didn't do enough work. I woke up, I was just like, nah, yeah, we got to do it again. We got to fix this. So during the day today or whenever you're free, just call me on my phone. And yeah, we'll start fixing everything up. Take your time. Take your time. It does help though, brother. It really does help, you know. Because sometimes I really don't be talking to nobody. So just to have somebody nearby that we could discuss, chop up ideas. We're on the same type of frequency. It's insane, you know. Truly blessed, bro. Sometimes you really have to stop and look around you and notice that, you know, sometimes just the way things are, it couldn't be better, you know. And even if it could be better, we'll make it better. But as it is right now, as it stands, it's absolutely phenomenal. In terms of the group we have here, in terms of the ability, in terms of what's actually able to happen for the future, the potential is immaculate. So all we got to do now is just take things day by day, take things very slow. Don't allow nobody to lose a lot of money. And we're going to be straight. Now, yeah, take your time. You can send it directly to me. You can send it to anybody. Or anything, I should say, like the group chat. Because I want others to see that I'm not trying to persuade people. You know, if I keep talking about, you know, join this chat, join. Even if it's free, I started noticing if you ask people to post, or not ask people to post, but if I consistently, you know, post and I'm telling people to join the free chat, join this, join that, people, they just don't like the sound of that. They just don't want to do it, you know. So when others do it, it's like a whole different game changer, you know. Because now you got a whole entire community that's just listening and watching, and yeah, it kind of works more off of the community rather than me. So I'm going to need you guys to help me, you know, in terms of growth, in terms of the community, in terms of getting bigger. But it's all up to you. If you feel like I didn't do you justice, or if you feel like I didn't do you right, then I expect you not to do that, you know. That's the way the growth should really happen. It's from the people around you, not from you. Because, you know, that's just the way it is. So we're waiting for our SPY position. The puts are now up again. Or not the puts, but the calls. Calls are now up, ladies and gentlemen. You're getting a nice little reversal. Let me go on Mumu. I'll accept it right now. I got you. Wait, let me figure out how to do this again. All right, Cody. I got you. Those trades you had. By the way, Cody, was it your idea, or was it like any ideas that we had from the Discord? Because I don't want to tell people that, you know, we caused you to go up 1,000, 2,000% if it wasn't from us. So did you already have that play in mind? Did you already trade it? Did you already know what you were going to do, is what I'm trying to say? Yeah, so the real-time chat is going to be in Discord, which is this right here. This is the real-time chat. Right? But then you have another real-time chat on Mumu and on Patreon, because I'm just trying to give people opportunities to be able to speak to me, you know? It's not like I'm a god or something. I shouldn't act like, I can't help people. That's not the way this works. I need to always be there whenever somebody asks for help. So, just recognize that, everybody. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cody. I just want to make it right, you know what I mean? Because if it was your idea and it wasn't my idea, I'm not just going to sit here and tell people that I made you go up that much. That's not how I go about doing this. Everything has to be perfect. So, thank you for that. Really appreciate that. We'll have some posts going on later this week for Mumu. I want to talk about how we predicted it falling out the sky. Because it was a really awesome trade. Probably one of my favorite trades. Like, one of my most favorite trades this last, 2 weeks. Besides Intel. Those Intel trades were really, really, really good. That's all good. You said it was based off of an idea we discussed? Hell yeah. That's awesome. You said you went kind of crazy with it? What are you talking about over there? What do you mean by crazy? It's your birthday, M? Everybody. We're going to do this for every single birthday. Make sure you stop what you're doing. And give Slug a happy birthday message, everybody. Happy birthday, Slug. Because let's be honest here. I don't know if you guys have had birthdays in terms of you wanting to enjoy it or not. Well, all my birthdays are garbage. So in terms of somebody else's birthday being the case for today, just got to make sure they're loving it. Make sure they're enjoying it. John! You said, what do I think about tomorrow? 20-year trees. What do you mean 20-year trees 3x? Is that like a bill or something? Are they cutting down trees? TMF stock ETF. TMF. Oh, okay. TMF. I'll take a look at it right now. We'll see what's going on over there. The Treasury. Oh, the 20-year. Okay. My fault, John. I apologize. Let's see. You said, can somebody help you? How do you set up Mumu? Honestly, the easiest way is just to go find a YouTube video. That's probably the easiest way. You know, it's crazy. The Mumu community is actually it's almost double the size of the Discord already. Within a week. Absolutely ridiculous. That's crazy. These calls are losing a lot of value right now. Let me see if I could. So Theta is just killing these contracts today. Way more than yesterday. By the way, everybody, I'd like to express to you something that's going to be quite good to know, quite fun to know. The trading house that I'm going to be buying, that I will be teaching you guys from, it's, located in Hawaii. So again, I'm going to be buying a house where I could teach you in person. I'm going to be flying people over to Hawaii and their families. And the house, let me tell you, I'm not gonna spoil what the house looks like yet. You're gonna have to see it in person. No pictures. But I think it's gonna be something that's gonna change everybody's life. I think when everybody sees that house and you walk in there, you see the chefs, you see the cooks, you see all the screens, all the monitors, the way I'm gonna have it laid out. Because right now I'm working on the interior design, because I'm gonna have to strip out this whole entire house and make it perfect for trading. We're going to have a news section. We're going to have, basically, the whole house is going to be like 20, 30 people, 40 people at any given point. So it's going to be a lot of rooms, right? It's going to be like 20 rooms, 15. It's basically a mansion, honestly. That's the best thing I could, tell you. So it's kind of like a mini mansion, and it's going to cost me a lot of money. It's going to cost me every single penny I have right now. But I want you guys to understand that I'm willing to risk everything. I'm willing to throw it all into this for the simple fact that teaching makes me so happy. It's insane, It makes me so happy. I just want to do everything around teaching. So we're definitely going to get this house by my birthday on September 15th. And when I do get it, give me like a month or two to do the fixing, renovations, and then we'll see if we could start inviting people over. Because what I'm planning on doing is, I still only want people to pay me $200 a month, but I'm still going to fly you over for free. You don't have to pay for that. That's what I'm paying for. So $200 is kind of like an entry cost, and then the $1,000 that I pay is more out of respect. You understand? Meaning you're going to have to pay me for like 10 months in order for me to make that money back, but I don't care. I do not care. I'll make that money back myself. So the first thing we're going to need to do here is come up with a game plan so that as soon as we get the house, we can pay that thing off right away. Because I do not want to be paying monthly for nothing. I honestly don't. So that's the game plan. And then after we have the house, give it like a year, and we should have enough people so that we can open up a prop firm. And then when we open up a prop firm, we'll be able to help people trade. I'll be able to give people capital. And that's kind of like my next intention, is to be able to open up something like that. I want to be more fair than a prop firm, though. I want to give you more money. Like, imagine, like, most prop firms, you pay $50 and they give you only $100K or like $50K. I want to only have you pay like $20, and I'm going to give you like $200, $150. But it's just going to be more rules and regulations you have to follow, so that you can't just, bleed through the capital that I'm giving you. It's going to be real nice, I'm telling you. You don't see a video on Mumu? So look, right here. I got you right now. How to set up your Mumu account. Let's go here. So to set up your Mumu account, all you have to, actually no, let's just go for a YouTube video. Videos. I'm not gonna lie, that looks... I hate when, like, people cook something, like it's like a certain food, and they just make it so fancy for no reason. I'm sorry, all chefs. I don't mean to disrespect you. I'm just saying, it just looks so pointless. Throw some rice on my plate, throw some chicken, that's it, that's all I need. Let me stop though. I know how it is. It's just like anything else, it's just like jewelry, it's just like clothing, it's just like houses, it's just like cars. More expensive food is pretty much the same thing. It's just a luxury. Plug in your social security. I'm sorry, culinary, I didn't mean to disrespect nobody. Sherman, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not gonna go for fast food or something like that. All right, this is just like this video is. Why is he explaining it like that? Is there any shorts for this? Short videos. Let me see.
Welcome to Moomoo. Under the Accounts tab, you can find everything related to your account, including assets.
How do you set up a damn account, Moomoo? I can see why you're having problems looking for this. This looks promising. So you put your email, you put all that stuff, you put all your address stuff. Yeah, I think this video looks good enough. I like this video. Alright, perfect. Let me send this into the YouTube chat. Just take a look at this. Copy and paste that. Alrighty! What's going on here? Let's go look at SPY. SPY, what are you doing? Are you going to make a new high? We still have puts for you to fall down into the floor here. But then we have some insurance calls. They're going to pay back those puts for free. I forgot to actually let go of my my crypto position. So let me sell my crypto position right now. We're up $50,000 on Dogecoin, and then we're up 1,000 on Ripple. So again, everybody, I'm gonna sell my Dogecoin here. I'm selling everything. We're up 50,000, which is just 4%. Let's go ahead and sell this. And this is only our, I think this is our third or fourth trade on crypto. The first trade we ever had with crypto, I'm not gonna lie to you, it was a loss. It was a bad loss. We lost the whole entire account. $50 was the whole entire account size, and I was very unhappy. With this account, this is our third win in a row. So this is about the fourth trade that I've ever had on crypto, specifically crypto, not like options or stocks or stuff like that. And this trade is successful. So it's a good way for us to remember if we still got it or not, if there's something we need to improve, if we made a mistake. And I'm very happy about this. Absolutely happy about this. So let me sell everything right now. Just give me 1 second. Tesla's falling. We'll take a look at Tesla right now. Let me see. How much do I want to sell? 4894. So quantity has to be 4894,708. And then let's click sell. We dropped down 2,000 right there. So we were up 50K right there, but then we dropped down to 48K. Let me see if it's going to sell. Did it sell? No, it's still not sold yet. Now we're down to 47,000. We just lost 3,000 within like the last 30 seconds. Oh my god. That's so funny. What in the world? What's going on over here? Why is things moving too fast? Baba we're down on massively. Oh my god. What happened today to Baba? Baba just fell out the sky. We were at 120 and now you're at 115. Yeah, that's why. We're at 117 actually, so we'll just let it rock for a second. Let me sell the Ripple. Okay, so we sold XRP, we sold Dogecoin. We got our gains for that. The next thing I want to do here is wait for maybe another 2 weeks, and then we'll get into another long while it's falling down lower. So once it makes a new low, we'll then buy into it. That's how you play a downtrend properly in terms of calls. In terms of our account, what's going on with our account? We had a call. We paid $49. Currently the calls are at $35. Markets are consolidating right beneath your weekly top point, which makes sense. They want to disrupt everything. They want to make it so that everything's all weird. Just so you can't understand it. And at the same time, we also filled most of the gap. And you're running up. I think you're going to fill the rest of this gap. And after you fall to this low down here, I think you're going to fall down to 643. If not, down here to 646. I honestly do think you're going to fall down to 646. Or 636, sorry. Because you're below 646, obviously. You said how much the Doge play costs? You don't want to know. A good chunk. Good chunk of change. It was a good chunk of change, ladies and gentlemen. But now that we're out of that, we're not going to buy into it for at least like another 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We're just going to take it slow. Once I get this account to $10 million, the next goal is going to be to actually play with just Bitcoin and Ethereum. So we're just going to wait. Once we get to that number, again, we'll go back and forth with Bitcoin and Ethereum. For now, we're just going to play with the little micro stuff, micro names, micro coins, stuff of that nature, right? All right, SPY. What I want to see you do here, because the SPY is holding. The SPY is performing the trends that we would like it to. As you all can see, you ran from number 2. You almost hit number 1. If you would have hit number 1, we would have sold out for a really good profit. You did not hit number 1, so what I want to see is, can you fall down to number 4? We'll average down. And then we could potentially see a run up to the opening price. So the prediction for SPY is that we're going to drop to 636. That is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. That is the prediction. Because in terms of downside, you have to think about it. Why is it 636 specifically? And the reason why I say that level is because 636 is near the midpoint, which is 633, which is where you held down last time. So if you collapse here, you're definitely going to run straight through 640. You might hold here. I could definitely see you holding at 640. But at the same time, if you fall down to 640 from 646, everybody, these contracts are going to be up such a massive amount that I'm sure it's going to be able to pay for any other losses or anything that we actually absorb throughout the day. So we're just going to hold these puts for tomorrow because it's for Friday. It's not for today. The puts expire tomorrow. When I bought them the first day, I told everybody we're going to probably sell them on Friday morning. Today is just going to be to make it free, average down, buy a little bit more, and then from there, we go forward. Now, again, if the first thing you're wondering is why am I choosing 636 specifically, the answer to that is because since you hit 633, you're either going to hit 636 or you're going to fall down to 629. Can it happen in a single day? 1,000,000%. I've seen it happen so many times in a single day. It's just for some reason I felt like those puts that we got into in the morning, just because of the momentum and how much they were going up, I felt like it was going to do what it's doing right now, which is why I told everybody to sell out and buy a call. So because things started slowing down so quickly, I instantly had a switch up, instantly told people to now do the opposite thing, because this looks very strong here. Looks like you might just hold for a couple more hours. If not, maybe like another day. And then Friday you start crashing. If not, Monday you crash. So again, we have puts for tomorrow. Today's goal is to make them free, which we already did with that first play. But then we hopped into another call play. So if we lose some money on that one, technically our day is now going to be negative, right? So we want to make sure that we can make it out of that call, which is a 648 call. So it's not too far. It's basically the high of the day, 648. And if you actually still run up higher here and you hit 650, 649, 651, we're going to buy some puts at 655, 656. So let me be loud and clear, everybody. We have puts for tomorrow, just in case the market falls down lower. We averaged down on them, so our average is now at $20 actually. We bought one for $50 yesterday. We paid 50, and then this morning we paid $20 for two of them, $10 each. So our average dropped right back down to 20s. And then we bought the call right here, so that's a put for tomorrow. And then we bought a call right here for us to play the short-term scalps. However, the market's just being a little annoying. So just in case we got to sell the short-term scalps, the calls for a loss, the next game plan to make that money back will be to probably play another put, honestly, from the top. Or at least let the market consolidate for like another hour, and then we're going to buy a put at one of the high points. I think that should work out really, really nicely. But listen, if the market falls down, who cares? We'll lose $40 for the calls, which is how much we made with the first call. But at the same time, we have a bunch of puts. So if you fall down, we're going to make so much money with that, the put plays. We're not even worried. If you go up in the short term, again, we're going to make a good amount of money. So we're not even worried. Now, if you go up tomorrow, right, which is Friday, if you go up to another high, that's the last thing we got to talk about. The first thing we're going to do is play calls again to 654 and then puts right back down. So we're not worried. If it goes up higher, so be it. Who cares? It happens. We're wrong, and that's it. We'll try to make sure we're right next time. But for right now, before you said, are these plays on Discord? Yes. All these plays are on Discord. I post them there before I fix them, and then I fix them, and then I send them to Mumu. But by the time I fix them, and by the time I'm done, it takes me like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, because you have to think about it. I don't want to just send you a play without the insurance, without a way to make your money back, without a way to actually understand what's going on. Why are we playing puts? Why are we playing calls? So I tend to be very descriptive. In fact, I feel like I'm doing something bad upon humanity if I send a trade and I'm not being descriptive. You understand? I feel like I'm really doing people bad. So in terms of my Discord members, they already know. They know how I play. They know what I look for. I've taught them the same exact way across the board. In terms of everybody else, though, they're not going to know. So I want to make sure I have the full description, full information. But yes, that does take me some time to post. So everything on the Discord is always faster, of course. It is. But do you need the Discord? No, you don't. Make some good profit and then think about it. Do not join or want to join if you have not made some profit or you do not see the value in me. This is not a normal situation. This is not a normal, environment. I don't need your money. I don't want your money. Your money is only specifically sent to me through Patreon just due to the fact that you need me for extra help. That's it. One-on-ones, private phone calls. That's it. Everything else is free. Just don't worry about it. You said you want me to send the Discord link? I got you. All right, everybody. So, let's see what's going on here. We saw Tesla falling out the sky, but we need a bigger drop. So we're going to let that rock for now. And then we're going to see if we can bring this account right back up to the high. We just got to make back that loss from Tesla, which is just $100. So we'll see what we're going to do there in a few. For DJT, you're pretty much down as well. Just $10. So we're not going to average down on that one. We still have plenty of time for September. We'll probably average down on like the first week of September, maybe. That's what I'm thinking right now. And then for the calls, for the 648 calls, again, I want to sell these for $120 for the calls. If you're holding here, what it means is the market will go up higher. That's all it means. If you're not just crashing out the sky, again, everybody, it's simple. Don't make it complex. You're at a very important level. You're supposed to fall out the sky. You're not falling out the sky. So what does that mean? That means right now the market still wants to go up higher because it would just fall. It would just fall. It would just crash. But if it's doing something at a certain area, it's for a reason. You filled half of the gap last night that you ran up on. You still have a little bit of the gap at the bottom that we need to fill. So yeah, we're just paying attention to that. That's all we're doing right now. Just watching this gap. Seeing if it's going to fill the rest of it to the bottom of us. We already filled everything to the top. And that's pretty much all, honestly. Honestly, everybody. That is all. What else can we look at? We could post our first two trades. Because remember, we're already on trade number 3. This is trade number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We already had puts. Oh, no. This is trade number 2, technically. Right? I already forgot. Let me see. What trade is this? I think this is number 2. Yeah, this is number 2. So we're still on trade number 2, everybody. Time is running out. We should have gotten out of this trade by now, of course. I definitely agree with you. However, there's still some potential on the board. We might be able to actually sell this for a really good profit if the market just swings up to number 2 or to number 3, which I think it most definitely could do. I think it definitely wants to hit 1.5, if not 2 or 3. So if it could do that today, we're just going to get puts at these levels for you to fall right back down inside the box. Even if it goes against it, we'll just play calls above number 4. And that's really all. Good morning, everybody. So you said if SPY can't effectively break below 647, the trend may reverse. And that's completely correct. That's exactly how my brain is thinking right now. It looks like the trend is going to reverse just because in the morning, the way that you fell, it should have been quicker. So it was quick, but it wasn't that quick. You know what I mean? Actually, I don't know if that makes sense. It was good. It was a good trend. It was not bad, but yeah, you wanted something better. Like, for instance, you see how now you touch number 1 on the reversal points? That's what I wanted you to do in the morning. So not the fact that you're doing it right now, the value is not there yet. We're just break even right now. But if we would have done it earlier, you know, we would have been basically up 20 to 40%. So you could reverse down here. Like at this point, you could now fall because you finally hit number 1. However, everybody, we're going to play this a little aggressively. And we're going to see if this is going to hit the next number 1. Or number 2 and 3 on the top side. Just due to the fact that you're at a very important level in terms of 647. So if the market wants to go higher, it's going to have no problem going higher. It's going to hit 648. It's going to hit 649. And then at those points, we can get some puts. Sounds like a plan? Sounds like a plan, everybody. So again, we're in calls right now. If the market reverses, we're not going to, play ping pong right now. Ping pong, whatever. I was about to say ping ball. But we're not going to play ping pong right now. We already played in the morning right there. We played puts, then hopped into a call at the bottom at 1.5. Then you fell down to number 2 and almost number 3. Now you're above that area. Now you're at the goal. But I want to see you go up a little bit higher. I bought another Moo put. I averaged down on mine from before. So again, we were up 100% today. Now we're down 50%. So I averaged down on it. I want to see if we could sell this for 1,000%. We were up 400% yesterday. But again, I just won 1,000%. That's all I want. If I can't get it, I don't want nothing else. Meaning, we'll just make back that loss with another trade. This is the only way that you're going to force yourself to get better in terms of being a trader, is when you start forcing certain percentages. Of course, do I suggest a person doing that in the beginning? Absolutely not. But do I suggest a person doing this after a year or after a couple months? Absolutely yes. Because that's the only way that they're going to push themselves to go further, you know? All right, so you're having a nice little downtrend here. You hit number one, now you're falling. Yeah, this market just looks like you're just going to run up into a new high. It looks like you're just consolidating at the line. Meaning we might drop below it within like 2 or 3 more days. So let's just see if it's going to pop above it here and then drop below it again. If not, you're just going to drop. We have the puts, so we're straight. We don't got to worry. Even if it happens tomorrow, we're good. We are not worried. Give me 1 second. I'm just looking through some of these plays that we had in the morning. I got to post them before I post them later. I'd rather me just post them now. All right, everybody. So, good morning. Good morning, everybody. All right, everybody. We're back. Let's see here. That's all good, Louis. Yeah, there'll be a bunch. There'll be a bunch more trades. Okay, so in terms of a price that you could sell these contracts at, they're already break even, right? What we want here is we want this to run up to 647.60, and after you hit that, we want to see if it's going to run up to 648, 649. If you just reverse here and you get below 646.80s, the first thing you want to see is us fall right back down to the 200 moving average, or potentially we can hold within like the next couple minutes. We just got to wait and see, right? In terms of any 0-day calls, you're just going to wait. You only kind of want to really be buying at extreme points, like reversal point 3, 4. If we run up to the top, for example. So you want to hyper focus on those points. Anything else is pretty much is not as necessary, you know. Like for instance, number 1 and 1, they're not really that necessary, but at the same time, you're using them for structure. So you can actually see if the market's, you know, bullish. See if it's bearish. Like in terms of just the start we had today, very bearish. So I'm wondering if you're just going to start switching throughout the whole entire mid-afternoon, which is like around 11, 12, 1. Because if you do, yeah, you might notice that the market's going to be at, you know, 654. You're not too far away from it, you know. 651, 654. And then at that point, we're going to start playing the 5-day puts. So that's pretty much why we only bought a 2-day put yesterday, which is now 1 days. The only reason why we did that is because it is not time to buy a 5-day, nor is it the time to actually spend X amount of capital on a 5-day because they're a little pricey, you know. So you kind of want to make it remain within a certain realm. Let's just give the SPY a second, everybody. Let's go take a look at a few of these other other names, right? For Mumu, it looks like it is curling right back up. But if you just fall right back down on that same area, you could potentially break it right after. So it all depends how far down you can go today, you know. Today and tomorrow will depict what happens with this contract on Friday. Because let's just say today you stay at this range and then you run up again, then you make another high. If that occurs, the first thing I will be thinking is that, no, yeah, you're definitely probably going to be making a new high soon, because when you got that over here, you did get a big shift. They threw you all the way down here. God damn, $20 shift. So imagine if you bought puts up here, 179, and you had those puts till here. That would have been ridiculous. Even the puts that we had, we bought puts up here pretty much at the peak. Maybe not at the peak. Maybe like 195, not at 197, right? Somewhere around here. But we were up 400% here. And that was a drop of basically, wait, was it the same amount? I think it was the same amount. 179. No, it wasn't. It was bigger. Wait, so it was a bigger drop than that one. But it was definitely a smaller drop than this one. This one you went from 174 straight down to 140. $30 straight down. And then you ran up above, up here. You hit the perfect point. We bought the puts. You fell down to here, you held. Now you're supporting some type of level here, right? So if we can get to that level again and break through it, that's pretty much all we're waiting for. We kind of want to wait for this to get below 183, 184, and then right back down to 171, which is still going to be a smaller drop than this one here. 174 to 141. Yeah, that's like 40, or sorry, not 40. That's like 30, 30, 33. Yeah, like 33, you could say. So this one would be potentially 30, 170, 197 to 167. But then again, you don't need to fall as much as this over here. You would need to do a little bit less. So yeah, I could definitely see this still hitting around this range down here. Even in terms of a weekly momentum type of thing. Just accounting for the last up and down trend you had. Because these were really good, but like this one here in 2025 in January, you went straight up from 73 to 122, and then you fell straight down to 70. Which is kind of crazy, right? Yeah, I don't know why. To me, it looks more and more like this is going to start dropping out the sky. Like, I want to buy something a little bit far out. Let me look at something real quick. How much are these Moo puts? They're probably up right now, obviously, because we're not at the high. Well, how much are these Moo puts a couple months out? Like 140. Let's see. Oh my god, they're expensive. Yeah, these things are very expensive. Insanely expensive. There's like a ridiculous amount of capital that's being poured on like almost every single options board. September? What about September? September? Because think about it. If this is the peak, right? This is exactly how this is going to turn out. This is what I want you all to understand. You had a big drop here. Then you had a smaller drop. Now you're having, in terms of size, let's go measure it for ourselves. Just so we all can see it. You fell $19.43. Now over here, you fell $17.89. Now what that means to me is if I measured this over here, and this is all stuff that you could visually tell and visually get to the conclusion of. This is kind of like my idea right now. You fell 33, 17, now you're falling 19. That's obviously bigger. So because it's obviously bigger, the next thing you could do here is you can measure the other range, which is the uptrend. So if you measure the uptrends with to the exact points, it ran up by $38. Okay, so this has to run up by $38. Let's make sure. If it does, we're good. If it doesn't, we have a problem. And as you can all tell, ladies and gentlemen, it is not running up the same amount that it was before. Therefore, if you do not get above these highs within the next week or two, you could probably still see another drop going straight down even a little bit lower. And you could still run up higher. But I'm just saying, if you just stay right here for another week or two and you just keep, going up to 192, right back down to 176, the first thing you're probably going to be able to see is a bigger drop out the sky, because it looks like this might be peaking here. It looks like that was the peak, in fact. So what you're looking for right now is actually a bigger downtrend. So the last downtrend was only about $19. So right now what you're looking for is a drop from basically this top over here straight down to about right here, like 169. Because then at that point, you're now sharing more momentum with the downside. The downside is not fully red yet, of course, but you never tend to really get a big drop starting off with anything. Like for instance, even if you look at the SPY, when you fell out the sky because of the tariffs, you held at a very important level, which was over here. You held at the 550s. At that point, I told everybody to go long, and then you fell down a couple days, like right after that again. And I told everybody go long again, because you're a little bit lower. So this is, potentially where the jump is going to happen. You just running straight into the sky. At this point, every single person here in the Discord was up 200 to 300%. The only problem was we didn't take our percentage. So I'm sure you can see what happened next, which is we woke up, everything was down. You still want to fall down because, of course, you now broke that level. And at that point, we did not play none of this downtrend. We just let it happen, because in terms of us buying at a very important level, you could say, not I was going to say intrinsic, but it's just a very important level for that matter, right? We bought here, we bought here. The simple fact that you wanted to go lower tells me, and this is what I showed everybody at the time, was if you actually measure this, right, from the top to this bottom, look at how crazy this is. But measure it from the top to the bottom, from the tariff news. If you take this and double it, I told everybody this is exactly how much the market could fall down. So once it hits the bottom of this box, that's when we're gonna go long, and it matches up perfectly with 480. So again, everybody, if you take this box with this box, just like how I use the weekly boxes, this is how I basically had the whole entire Discord time this massive run up. But by here, we were pretty much selling out of everything, like 601 to like 620. Everybody's pretty much gone, and now we're just focusing on, when you run up with these peaks. Like, let me turn everything off. So you see how you run up with these peaks, then you fall. Run up with a peak, then you fall. Last time, we perfectly timed the market falling out the sky because we bought puts right here. So we bought puts right here. By the time the market fell out, it was already good enough profit. We sold out. The market fell down here. We went long, right? The market ran up here. We sold out. Then down here, we went long. Somewhere down here. I forgot where. I think it was down here. Yeah, this day. Then we sold out here. Then we went short in the morning today. And then now we're long right down here for this to potentially just consolidate a little bit higher. I think it could do it. You just got to look at stuff with a bigger perspective. If you're not looking at the market like this, with nothing on it, 15 minute, you could even go to the 1 hour. I think it could still definitely make another new high. This looks like a blob, So I definitely think it could do it. We just gotta wait and see. If you get below 647 and you can't get above it no more, so meaning if you hit it. What is this cat doing? I'm like, what's wrong with this cat? Leave me alone. God damn. Yo. I've been so nice to her, so it's just like now she's just trying to. She just scratched like the shit out of me. She was trying to claw the arm of the chair, like stretch or something, I guess. She just started clawing my elbow. In terms of reversal points, you hit number 1, you got above it, now you're holding on it. So this right here is really interesting because if you continue to hold here, the market's just gonna potentially, I'm sure you can see it, but you're just gonna go straight up to this red line here. Nothing is gonna be able to actually shut you down. You might not even be able to get shut down by this first reversal point here. This red line is more important. So yeah, we'll just wait around to see. We'll play the slow game, everybody. Our contract is extremely close. Our contract's about to go in the money. So if you hit this red line, we're actually in the money already at that point. So anywhere above this red line is pretty much like the cherries on top, right? Is that a good way to say it? Is that a proper way to give you an analogy for what we're looking for? Again, I just want 100%. I'm putting my stop loss and I'm gone. That's all I want. Just 100%. She's just trying to scare the yo, these animals. Okay, so the next thing I want to do here, let us post. What else can we post? Let's go here. Remember, everybody, we're playing the calls for fun here. It's just for fun. You gotta have some fun once in a while, you know. This is trade number 2. Get ready for trade number 3. It seems we might still run up here. It's just hanging towards the top every single time. You're holding on number 1. I kind of want to see if it could hit number 2 or 3. We'll see what happens at the next number 1. We'll see if it starts slowing down. Because if it does, you know what that means? Might have to hop into the puts. For now, since you're above number 1, it's not really a place to hop into the puts. Unless you get below 646.84, right? In terms of our next 5-day contract, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you understand since we're at the top. We have the 636s for 2 days out. Paid 50. We averaged down at 10 right here at the top. Right now you're just approaching that same, level. They were around 30 down here. So again, you're about to hit 10 again. If these contracts could drop to like $4 or $5 for the puts for tomorrow, we're going to average down while we're still making money with the calls on the short term here. And then if you could run up to these crazy highs, because think about it. I have puts for tomorrow for the next important level. So in terms of the calls, because I have those puts for tomorrow and I already made them free with the first little put play that I had in the morning with you guys, right? Now my calls are basically free. And I have some protection against those puts in the short term. So right now we're up 30% here. We already made all that money back again. In fact, all the money we're making now is not only just for the free contract, but to pay also to pay for that SPY put. Because now we have $70 in total inside of it. We bought one for 50, bought two for 10. $70 we used in total. So right now we're only up around 20 for the second play. So I kind of want to see if we can go up a little bit more. Still a little bit more, but if you want, you could take your stop loss, put it on. You're up 20% after all. We bought at a really good point. We bought down here at number 1. Some of you bought at number 2. Some of you bought a little bit lower on that wick. Basically, everybody's up at the same time. You know what that means, everybody? A round of applause. The second idea worked out. That's what I'm talking about. So we're 2 for 2 already. 2 for 2 in the first hour and a half. Or is this technically 2 hours now? It's about to be 2 hours, I guess. I guess. Let SPY do its thing. Don't even worry about it, everybody. We still got plenty of space here for more upside. You are hitting number 1, so in terms of a reaction, in terms of what we're seeing right now, makes sense. And that's why we have these points laid out. That's why we also told you to put a stop loss just in case you wanted to stop out in the profit. We're still trying to hold through it. And it's you acknowledging all the levels that you could sell out and then potentially buy back in or hold through. And it's you just understanding that. So like some days you can have, moments where I tell you to buy a call. We sell out, like 5 minutes later, right? Then I tell you to instantly hop into a put. We sell out 10 minutes later. Then we tell you, all right, we're going to hop into a call again. Same call. We're just going to wait for it to get to a cheaper price. Once that's once that occurs, kind of like right here, it's like kind of us buying the same contracts, selling out here, buying them again right here, selling out here, buying them again potentially down here if we fall, and then selling them out up here. Or you just do what I did, which is pretty much just buy once and then just wait. There's multiple ways to go about this. It just depends on how safe you're trying to be. Like for futures, if you're playing futures 100%, you got to buy here, sell here. Then wait, let it fall, buy down here, then sell up here. That's exactly how you're going to have to trade futures, because if you wait through this right here, just depending on what you're trading, if it's like ES or if it's like MES, like a micro, you could potentially lose like $4,000 or $5,000 on just like this little swing here. If it's MES, you'll just lose a few hundred potentially. I think this would be like Elijah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this would be like, you could say like this many pips, because you're 647.19, 646.71. That would be like around like what, 200-300, I think, right? Like $300-400, like around, for that much of a move. Well, MES, by the way. With ES, it would probably be bigger, of course, like 1,600, 1,400, maybe like 2,000. So again, everybody, we're waiting for 6. Depends if you're trading micros or minis, but you're right for MES. Yeah, because I remember when I was scalping with futures, in order for me to trade ES when I had $500, I had to keep going back and forth with MES, because I would trade a MES contract, and because I only had $500, my margin wasn't that high, and also because I was probably buying multiple. That's probably the reason. But I started with $500, and I would just trade the MES contracts until I got to a point where I was able to trade the ES contracts. And then I remember I kept, every single time I got to a new level, I just blew the account. So when I first traded MES, I lost the whole entire account, 500. I did it again a couple weeks later. Lost it again when I was starting to trade the ES contracts. And then from there, I was just like, yeah, this is very dangerous to be able to teach somebody this. In terms of just the risk for reward. In terms of like paying attention. A lot of people, you know, in terms of jobs and all that stuff. Like they don't have the ability to actually just sit there and trade. Which is kind of funny because everybody used to tell me that. They don't have the time. They don't have the, you know, the ability to trade or to look at charts during the day because they're working. And it's just like, you don't really need to look at charts during the day. You really never need to, honestly. Unless you're day trading, I guess, which is what I'm doing here. But you guys have to understand that I'm offering multiple types of trades, you know. We have Forex trades, crypto trades, futures trades, SPY trades. We have leap trades, swing trades, every single thing you could think of. And it's because I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity, regardless if your schedule is busy or not. You said I could hear you say it, Vikash. The way you wrote that message, I could hear it in your exact voice. He said it's a touchy subject. I could hear it. Now, futures accounts, it's hard, yeah. But if you could learn it, here's the thing. If you could learn it, and you learn how to trade futures, you will obviously have a very easy time trading options and stocks. Pretty much everything else, because futures is the hardest thing to trade. You know what I mean? Because of the attention, because of the time, because of the money you need. It's just the thing that requires the most, what you might call it, the most just planning, you could say. You need way more planning than these options. Like, for instance, this option falling down right here, you're up 30%. Now the SPY call is down 30%. As much as it was up, now it's down. We're not going to average down yet. There's no need to. And then we're going to see if the SPY goes up just a little bit higher. If it wants to fall down, remember, it's okay. We still have puts for tomorrow. We're perfectly priced into the range still. So we just got to wait. Just got to wait it out. Also, the other 0-day contracts, because ours is obviously a 0-day. The other ones are not really dropping down that much. So since we have a 0-day right now, all we have to do is use that 0-day to see what the momentum is and how much the contracts are changing per price. And just go from there, really. We'll get some interesting trades in a few hours here. We'll make sure we get out this trade scot-free. We might need to average down, of course, but that's just the way the game is. Especially for 0 days, you better not be using a lot of capital. Because don't be ridiculous now. You have to use a lot of capital for a 5-day or for a 10-day. Because you'll put $500 into the market, and you'll turn that $500 right into like $650, $700, just from a little, you know, daily move. And if I could turn $500 and turn it into $700 every single day, or $600, you know what I mean? I'm happy with that. Just one contract, and then you get multiple. That's all you really need to do, everybody. Do not gamble with anything else. Because until you have your charts done, you're technically gambling. When you have your charts done, and now you're playing this with serious meticulation, now you're in the game. You know what I mean? Now this is not gambling. But yes, if you don't have no charts done, it is gambling. Because most people, they don't know how to trade with flow, which is not gambling. Flow is is like an actual true, like what do you call it? It's like a true skill that somebody would learn. In all honesty, yes, it is a true skill that most people would learn. But for the most part, I don't really see people learn flow. In fact, I oftentimes allow people to have the opportunity to learn it themselves, which is why I don't teach it specifically, like in terms of flow. Because flow is like, you know, if I turn everything off, Like, how do I know what's going to happen next? And the way you would depict that, if I'm going to teach everybody right here, just like this, go to the 15 minute, because most of your charts cannot see the amount of candles that I can. I guess since my chart can, let me just go to the 5 minute. Because again, for my web browser, I just have it zoomed out. So I have it zoomed out from 100% to 90. And because I did that, I can actually see more of the chart. If you guys wanted a little tip right there. And if we're looking at it like this, and you go here, if you drop out the sky right now, you are going to end up somewhere down here. 100%. Like somewhere right inside of here. So that's why we have the 2-day puts, just in case the market wants to fall out the sky. In terms of a higher uptrend, you are now making a new high, of course, right? Which is usually the sign or the causation of you actually wanting to go lower. And you might ask, how do I know that? If I go back to November and December, when we were playing the puts up here, we got into puts right here, right at 610. And the reason why, everybody, was because you were not wanting to go $4 higher. If you went $4 higher from 609, I would have been like, you know what? All right, we'll play the calls. We'll, continue to go up higher. For now, we're just going to play puts right below that level. And we're going to do it every single time. Right here, you're at 613. Over here, you're at 610, right, everybody? 610 and 613, is that a new high? It is not. It's still only $3. So when you hit 613, I told everybody right here, I was just like, all right, this is going to get very dangerous. I think everybody here should buy a 1,000-day put, 300-day put, 500-day put. It was a bunch of puts. It was like over maybe, I think, like 50 put contracts that I looked up. I scanned the whole entire board for basically the whole entire SPY. I didn't do SPX at the time or, like QQQ. In fact, I only started looking at those down here just so we could see if we could buy them for like a cheaper price on the way right back up. So in terms of us making this high here, if we now go on the 1 hour, again, if you keep looking at this idea of flow, the first thing you're going to start to understand is this is curving. This is clearly curving. Just like 2021, just like 2024. That's 2024. I thought this was 2021 for a second. No, yeah, this is 2024. So yeah, just like 2024, right? You're curving, you get shut down. Just like over here, you're going, you're running up extremely sharp, but then now you're curving more, and now you're curving more. So it does really, look like there's going to be a giant crash soon. Like when I say giant, I mean at least to 613, at least. And imagine you're in the futures trade and you could time the top here. So in terms of anybody trading futures, I think what you want to do right now is you don't want to try to force along, but if you can have an extra account just in case, if you get margin called, just an extra account where it has a good amount of capital, you might be able to time one of the craziest drops out the sky, and that amount of pips on the SPY, you know what I mean? That amount of, of a drop just on the SPX, you will never need to average trade again. Just because of a drop from here to here, 100%. You never need to look at the markets again. Throw half your capital into dividends. Throw a quarter into your long term. In terms of your Roth IRA or any of your retirement accounts. Have a little bit for you to day trade for fun, and you could just spend the rest. That's going to be enough capital. Even if you only have 10,000, I've seen a person take 10,000 with SPY and SPX, just SPX. He took 10,000, not even 10,000. That's the craziest part. He took $1,500. Now, if I remember correctly. Me and Culinary were talking about it in 2023, I think. And he took $1,000 or $1,500 to $250,000. That means if you had 10,000, that's times 10. That's $2.5 million from just $10,000. Or you could just say, let's just say 15,000. And that's 15,000 into 2.5 million with just SPX. So you don't need much money to really change your life. You don't. You just need to be planning in a certain manner. That's all. You just got to have it on top of your mind. Keep planning for it. And eventually it will happen. Just like how it continuously happens to us. So again, these contracts are not worth averaging down yet. We went to $20 after we hit 64. I want to see if we could potentially run up to 120 next. Because now we have a nice little wedge. It's just pinballing back and forth pretty much on the reversal points. Is this the reversal chart? It is. Oh my god. This is what my reversal chart looks like, by the way. Like from the bigger picture. It looks absolutely crazy. That's why it's so laggy, by the way. Because I have so much stuff on. I just don't want to get rid of it. Because if I need to look at a certain date in history, I'm not trying to go through the whole entire, side screen here to try to find out where the reversal points are. I kind of need everything on the screen. And believe it or not, you want to hear the craziest part about this screen too? These lines I'm using, they date all the way back to 2020. And the red lines and the yellow lines and all that, they date back to last year. But the white lines, they date back to 2020. And they're at the same angle that these other lines are at. So it's kind of crazy. But like, look, let me show you real quick. Let me find out where it is. Oh, it's probably higher. Yeah, no wonder. So this is how I basically go about like copying and pasting it. I literally had to do it by hand. And I had to zoom in all the way to the perfect cent to make sure that the lines don't move or change for the future. So it's kind of crazy, but I've just been copying it on top of itself over and over again for the last, year, 2 years. That's why the lines work so well. So like for instance, you see how you didn't hit the red line but you fell from it 2 times? I'm still looking for you to break above it now. In fact, I'm not only looking for you to break above it, but just with that momentum and what this looks like, if you do get above this red line, you're going straight up to 649. That's what this looks like to me. However, you do have a nice little downtrend here, so we'll see if it just falls out the sky again. Contracts just really ran up right there. So if it just falls right back down again and we go right back down to $20 and they go down to the low, we're not going to average down, at least not yet. I'll let you know when, but not yet. In terms of what I'm looking for to average down, it needs to be at least down 75% to 90%. That's the only time we really want to average down on a 0 day, honestly. If it's like a 5-day play, you can average down at minus 50. That's fine. But for like a 5-day, right? For a 0 day, you have to be minus 75 or minus 90% in order to average down. So because the Tesla contracts will be expiring this Friday, what I'm waiting for is basically you to be able to hit a certain low point, which we could average down right now because we're down 91%. Today's what, Thursday? Yeah, today's Thursday. Tesla fell down $9 so far. Actually, no, it fell down 12. So you fell down $12 so far today. I still want to see you get shot down probably like another $20, $30. We're going to time a giant drop. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it before. I think we could do it again. Let me see what's going on here, Vikash. You made another 700. There we go. That brings today's total to, I think, 1,000. Absolutely phenomenal, bro. Absolutely. Because you even called it out in the morning. You said that you were going to start playing the calls. You're going to play the puts. And then you played another set of puts after you played the calls. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal to see this. Are you still getting into the spy, or are you just playing with SPX right now? You said futures require discipline. No, yeah, 100%. You took 1K to 45K, and then you took $500 to 6K. You didn't tell me that. We gotta talk about that. We gotta break that down. Listen, when you 10x the amount of money you put into any app, so if I take 1,000 and I take it to 10K, I'm taking out at least 2,000. Not because I need it, but because it's just like a code of ethics, you know? You got to start, defining your code of ethics so that even if you lose that account, at least now you have 2 more accounts that you can start with 1,000 with. Especially if you don't need the money, it works out even better, honestly. You could just throw into another account. So from here on out, everybody, I'm sure you already know what's going to happen here. But for the next couple weeks, I'm going to be requiring people to actually post inside of the withdrawal category. I want to see you withdraw capital. I want to make sure you're taking money out. Not because you need it, but because, again, it's just a code of ethics, you know? You just got to take money out. It's the only logical thing to do. Because when I hit 100K the first time, the one thing I regretted was I did build my PC, of course. I spent a lot of money on it. But I did not take out any money for myself to enjoy it. No money whatsoever. Not for clothes, not for shoes, nothing. Nothing at all. Not even to pay off my car. And then I ended up selling my car to put it right back into the market. So if I would have done that at that time, I would have had a lot of extra capital, you could say, that was just not tied to the market. That would have been the smart thing to do, was pay off that car. It was probably, take out at least 5,000-10,000 for myself, start a couple other small accounts, see if I could take 3K to 100K again, do it like 3 to 5 times, and then I'll have like 500K. And then at that point, I'll be like, you know what? Let me do it the 6th time with just 5,000. Take that to $1 million. Take out half of that. Throw it into dividends. My life could have been so much different, you know? So in order to make sure that that doesn't happen to nobody else, I mean, yes, I guess it will make you have less of a greater story because you're going to go through less struggling. So I guess that will affect you in certain manners, yeah. But, I mean, if you want to struggle, if you want to go through something hard, just keep playing the market. Eventually, you will start struggling at one point in terms of the ideas, in terms of stuff not working out. That's why every single day I update my charts and make sure the trading styles are they're working. Because if I can't, see the ability to see, like in the future, see, like at least a week out, a month out, now we can actually see. It's pretty phenomenal. Honestly, it's kind of stupid, but we could see pretty much into the next 40 years with every single name. So it got to a point where it was just so, like phenomenal. It was so crazy for me to understand myself that, all right, if I could see a market 40 years out, is there really anything stopping me from showing the world this? And the answer is no. So eventually, after a certain amount of time of you trading with me, you will be able to see the market exactly how I do, which is infinitely into the future. I could see forward even 80 years, 100 years if I wanted to. All I got to do is do a couple things to my charts, and that's it. So just take your time in terms of the learning here. This is not something normal. This is not a normal live stream. I'm not a normal person. It's to take things to the extreme, That's what really matters in life. That's what makes it valuable and have meaning, is when you take it to the extreme. If you live a mundane life, eventually the mundane life is going to eat you up. Because we were never meant to be mundane, Never meant to be in a certain fashion daily doing the same thing. It was always, you're in the wild, you got to survive with this, you got to eat that. You got to run away from this. Protect yourself from that. It was always chaotic and all over the place. Which is kind of like what the market is. That's why maybe it makes me feel so normal when I'm trading. It has these like normal humanistic type of characteristics, I guess. But yeah, you got to make sure that everything is fun and chaotic. You got to throw yourself into the dark once in a while, which is exactly what we do every single day with these trades. The trade might go against us, maybe it won't. All we got to do is just make sure we're buying off of a proper location. Make sure we have all of our knowledge just, remembered. Make sure you don't forget nothing. Don't act on impulse. Act off of just logic first, and then of course, within due time, your impulse and your gut feeling will basically carry you through the whole process. It's almost gonna be like you're not even trading, but like your brain is trading for you. It's pretty much what it gets to. So again, the market's about to snap here. You're winding up. Beautiful little wedge. Look at this. To the top and to the bottom. And it's so funny because that's just like Thursday. That's why we call Thursday the consolidation day. Thursday and Wednesday. Wednesday was not really that much consolidate. I mean, yeah, it kind of was, honestly. Let's be honest. Especially with that drop right there, after hours. But then again, you can't really count that. It was kind of an uptrend. Yeah, it was just mainly an uptrend. So I'm wondering if today's going to turn out to be the same thing. And by the way, everybody, one of the funniest characteristics yesterday was when we played the puts. I want to explain to you why I played puts yesterday at the end of the day because I didn't make the video to explain it to you. So, you guys remember how I bought puts at number 4? Like right beneath it? So because I bought puts right beneath number 4, when you had fallen to here, we were already in the money. And at that point, we basically sold out. Like right up here, right as you were falling. So the reason why I told everybody to do that was because the previous day, you basically fell here, ran up, had a second high, and you fell down again the second time. Then you ran up higher. So I told everybody, I was like, all right, it's probably just copying the same trend. So we're just going to buy off of a really good location. I know it's a reversal location. I know the market could fall from here. And look at how the market perfectly fell from that. Look at how crazy that was, everybody. Even after hours, when you actually ran up because of earnings, you got, shut down because of reversal point number 4. And how can I time that? How can I predict that? It's because the market always does this. It always hits these certain points that are a certain distance away every single day. That's how you can turn this market into something that you don't understand, something that's gambling, something that's random, into something that's fully understandable and fully controllable, because you can see how the market's swinging and running and falling out the sky, and what is it hitting? It's wild, absolutely wild. And that's just the consolidation zones. So of course every other trading style is going to be just a slight bit different, but they carry, I guess, the same weight. Honestly, they're all as important. The ones that are the most important, honestly, the most important trading style, if I'm being real with everybody, is the weekly boxes, which is what I gave away for free, honestly. I felt like it was the most righteous. I was thinking about it, and I was just like, all right, I don't want to give away certain trading styles. I'm not fine with publicly talking about this or that, like my reversal points, because they cause me so much stress just to learn that, and so much work to put together. I was just like, nah, yeah. But when I learned this, it was very easy. Maybe it was because of my stress that I had to learn the reversal points with. It honestly stressed me out. I'm not playing with you. Like, I had to look at the last 500-600 days on the 15-minute and literally add up how much the market would move up and down every single day. It took me days. And in fact, of course, I didn't do it in a single week. It took me years, to be exact. So with this trading style, it took me literally me just going on vacation. I came up with this idea, and I was just like, you know what? I think it's fine to be able to teach the world with this. And then anything else, they would have to learn it in the Discord. I think that's proper. Because at least we're giving everybody the strongest trading style. It feels the most right, Because now nobody's going to make money off of this. Or at least they're going to try to. But I mean, it's not going to really be possible because everything's patented. So people could do whatever they want. But yeah, it's not going to really go far. We got total control over this, everybody. That's exactly why I'm fine with showing everybody. It's just nobody can actually make money off of this. You gotta create your own trading style, or you gotta use one of my other trading styles. I'm fine if you create or make money off of that. Like for instance, let's just say one of you want to create your own community. You could take one of my trading styles as long as you learn it on the Discord. But with this one right here, I don't think it's right. I think nobody should make money off of this because this is what's going to change the world. 100%. I can guarantee you. Just wait. Just wait. Just give it a couple more years. Just let everybody start catching on to this. And then we have the reversal points. So regardless, even if it becomes oversaturated, we have multiple trading styles just in case. Everybody starts using the boxes and stuff like that. Because you know what's going to happen, right? Then they're going to start messing with the market in a different fashion. However, we have all that covered. We have diagonal boxes. I have horizontal boxes. We have so many different ways of structuring this market. It is literally impossible for them to create a market that we won't be able to trade like perfectly, basically. Especially with the amount of trading styles that we've created. We've gone so far into the unknown and so far into this level of just making sure that we can actually change everybody's life. Like 100% guaranteed. Meaning even if one of you learned this trading style, it has like 30 different ways you could use it. That's why I'm fine for somebody to make money off of the trading styles on my Discord. It's because the people that learn from them, they're going to be able to create that trading style 40 different fashions, 100 different fashions. It might be unlimited, who knows? But what matters is giving people the opportunity. Because that's what really changes everything. It changes everything every single time. Once you level the playing field, true greatness starts to kind of, occur. And I think we should all want that. Because like I said, if you don't want that, then you want a mundane life. You want a mundane life, eventually it will, basically just eat you up. So everybody got their goals straight? You know what you're going to do when you hit 100K? You know what you're going to do when you're going to hit it? When you hit like 20K, 50K? Maybe pay off some loans. Maybe pay off some debt, if you have any. Maybe throw in some of that capital into a house. Right? So many things you could do. Yo, this bunny, she ate through the cage. So she ate through a structure, like one of the structure like points inside of the thing that was holding it up. And now she destroyed the whole thing. Yeah, I woke up randomly at like 4 or 5 a.m. to like a loud banging noise. Because like everything was just falling from it. From the top of the cage. Absolutely crazy. I had to order another one and put it together. I was thinking about just building my own, but honestly, I don't think I'm prepared for that right now. Does anybody do like woodwork? Would anybody want to do that? We gotta get the machine, get some wood. You know what's crazy? I need to build a new desk. So I didn't tell you guys this in a while. I think most of the main members that are here know, but I broke this desk a while ago, and I've never bought myself a new desk or built one, just solely due to the fact that I wanted it to be a sign of remembrance. I actually broke my desk. You want to hear something crazy? I broke my desk because this one time when I was trading, I lost around 17,000, and it was from a stupid mistake that I was just stupid. I was up 25K. I decided not to sell. I look at it the next day, and it's down. Yo, I'm down pretty much my whole entire position. All the profit gone. So I'm down like 40,000, I think, with profit included. And I was like, damn. And I just broke it. I just broke the desk. Same thing with the monitor. I ended up hitting the monitor for a different reason, honestly. But I broke that as well, and I never bought another one. Because it's just like a sign of, remembrance, honestly. To never act like that. Always act in character. not out of character. Always make sure you don't, get your emotions spiraling and swirling, because it's not going to lead to a proper, end conclusion, you could say. But yeah, I'm actually now planning on getting a new monitor because I need to see stuff with a third monitor. But I have my drawing tablet hooked up to the screens, so it's kind of helping out as a third monitor right now. So I kind of don't need it. But the desk, I definitely need to get a desk. So I think to get the wood, I think it only costs like $90. The legs is only, I pretty much have legs. So we can create like a YouTube video showing people how to make a desk for just like $90. That's kind of what I was thinking about. To help people, basically. I was thinking about getting like the 1-inch thick wood, because my desk right now is like 1-inch thick. Don't ask me how I broke it. I don't know. I think it... Nah, yeah, literally. This is how we're gonna build the desk. First, we're gonna start with $10. We're gonna take it to 100. We're gonna take the money out, buy the desk. Nah, that'll be wavy. What is this cat doing? She just hit the wall. Are you good? Mm-hmm.
Everybody who's a top trader gets a custom desk.
A custom desk? Nah, that'd be fire. That'd be wavy.
Nothing too crazy, not like some fucking, like you got on Wall Street. Everybody gets their own, you got enough for your screen and your setup.
Yo, when you said that, I don't know if it was somebody else in the Discord thinking about this. I just pulled the idea from their brain, but for some reason I'm thinking, imagine you have a desk that looks like it's like lava inside. Like it's like moving around, like glowing. Like, yo, that'd be crazy.
That's tough. Like it has like the plexi seal on it, but like
Yep.
LEDs in the back under it. Yo, bro, they make some fire ass desks, bro. You gotta go on YouTube. I seen where they put like a whole bunch of like old like World War I bullet casings and active bullets and old grenades, and they just like plexiglassed it. I'm not plexiglass, like what's that? Like it's a clear gel and it hardens up. You can still see through it. I forget what it's called.
Epoxy?
Yes, epoxy. They did that over it. Dude, that shit looks sick.
Yeah, it does look crazy, but the only thing with epoxy is that it dries. So I was like, how would you get like a liquid to be moving around in the desk? I mean, I don't know. You probably have to have some type of system that's like moving it around.
Well, just how like how they have the water cooled systems for the PC, some shit like that.
Yeah, basically, yep, like a pump. Like a little pump inside the desk. Yeah, that'll probably be it. But like something that's silent.
Or like some shit with like fish.
Yo, that would be crazy. Imagine you have fish underneath your desk. Or inside of it? Nah, yeah, that would be crazy. With like the little feeder in the corner that you have to plug up so nothing falls inside. It would have to be like a straw sticking out so nothing falls in. But nah, yeah, that's a crazy idea. You said, do I game at all? Honestly, sometimes, yeah. I be playing like Warzone. I take out my anger on Warzone whenever I have a bad trade. Nah, yeah. Oh yeah, Spy's not getting a chance to make it out here. It's over. With what we have and ideas, yeah, it's over. That's why I don't really play games no more. So honestly, the short-term answer is really no. It's kind of crazy because I built this computer. Obviously, I wanted to trade with this computer. That was the main intention. But the reason why I got all these like graphics cards and like why I got all the high-end pieces like around that time was because it sounds kind of stupid, I know. But with Minecraft, you can actually build mod packs and like go into the settings and edit it. So ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to have like a really powerful computer, because I used to always watch YouTube videos of people playing like Minecraft with like a crazy amount of like mods in their computer. Like the graphics was crazy. So it was kind of like a childhood dream, you could say. And when I had the capital for it, I was just like, all right, Screw it. We're just going to do this. We're going to get this and the best pieces, best parts. But I never actually played it. So I always wanted to do like a live stream because I actually want to do challenges. I want to have like, imagine like 100 people join the server and they had to compete for like $10,000. We could use some of our spy winnings. So we could literally turn, a fun experience with people, to be able to join with their kids and have fun and actually win money. And then we just literally were teaching that same day or maybe earlier in the week. We could do this on like a weekend or something. And I was like, yeah, that would be crazy. Change somebody's life and you're having fun. Yeah, I'm down with that. So that's the next game plan. Whenever I get some time here. Start like a little gaming, I want to have like a gaming period where, like during the weekends, everybody could join up for gaming or movies or some shit. Something. Just something where it's like real.
You reminded me the way you're saying it. It's like when we would be in school and then like after school, like.
Basically, yeah.
Just bring it to my head right now. I thought that shit was actually really, really cool.
Not basically, yeah, because that's like the only way somebody, because like you got to think about it. You can't just give a person money. You got to give a person opportunities. You got to make them see because if I give a person money and I make them learn certain things, technically I can kind of control what they become, and that's what the world does to people. And like I said, I don't like control. I don't like when people control people. I don't like when people manipulate people. So what I try to do is I try to create a situation where they can get the money from stock trading, and then everything after is just like, on top to expand that knowledge to be able to actually do something that they don't have to be stuck with. They can actually enjoy life. Every new day is a new experience for them if they really want it to be. And I think that right there is how you create the best community, because everybody's free to do pretty much anything or become what they want. Sounds kind of corny, I guess, to a certain level, but you guys understand where I'm coming from. I know you do. Like Hoover said, it's kind of like the idea of those after school classes. And like I said, I'm fine with giving up all my time for this. Like I said, I have no problem with that. That's not my concern.
That's also like, what is it? I'm drawing a blank on the word right now, but it's like being here and learning the stocks and boom, and then having, the freedom or what's it about the freedom? Like the comfortability to want to even stick around and say, all right, even though we're not trading stocks, we're doing something else that's interactive, and even while we're doing that, we're still, coming back to the stock, agenda. Like.
Yep. Like for instance, like what if I have a situation where somebody wants to leave the Discord, but they love this group so much they want to stay here. So not because they're trying to trade, but they give that $200 not to me, but because they know that I will truthfully put that into teaching and trying to change the world. That could be the case. It might get to that point, sooner or later. And I know some people are going to choose to want to stay and want to still pay. And of course, I'm going to make sure that they're making money from other avenues. Of course, that's not how I roll. Not for somebody just to give me money for no reason. But I know it's going to get into a situation where people will make their own decision and will want to actually, give up more than they need to in a normal sense. But because it's for a bigger picture type of, idea. That's the kind of environment that I always wanted to create. It's just very hard to trust people. It's very hard to fruitfully hear an idea and know that person is actually going to be able to, do it and get it done. And my goal and my dream is to have such a good track record of being able to say something and do it in terms of helping people or create something that eventually people will start to join up. They'll start to want to see the bigger picture and want to expand upon some of the ideas that just I have. Until they can have their own ideas and expand upon those. But as they help me, I'm sure they're well aware that I'm fine with helping them on their ideas. It's a full circle type of thing, It always has to be like that. Always has to be like that. But it's like in order to get to that level where it's just like a higher frequency, a higher level of operation, it's very difficult. Truly, it's very difficult. And I'm trying to deal with it. That shit took me down a couple times in terms of my mental state. Like, in terms of like one thing, like what do I want? in terms of teaching, in terms of, making capital, in terms of a car, in terms of, I'm still young, so I want to still enjoy my 20s, right? I still want to have a nice car when I'm 20, because having a nice car when you're 24 is a lot different than having a nice car when you're 34, And I want to be able to have that opportunity, especially because I truthfully mean to help people. I think it's deserving, but it's not something that I'm forcing, in fact, because if you force it, it's not going to be something that's fun or something that ends up being fruitful. It's just going to be bitter. And I don't want to be a bitter person. I want everything to have meaning, truly. So when the Discord eventually gets to a certain point where I can cover all these bills in terms of a car, I don't know why they charge me so much, but it's probably because of the car I want. The car's not even expensive, but just the car that I want. It's way too much capital. So in terms of a normal sense, does it make sense right now for me to pay, let's just say $3,000 to $4,000 a month? Yeah, I could pay for it, but again, if there's people suffering and they can't buy that car, is there sense in doing that? And the answer is no. Even if they can't see it, even if I don't send them pictures, even if I hide it to myself, there is no meaning in that. So that's how I think, honestly. That's why I'm waiting to expand upon my life. That's why I'm not going on no more vacations and stuff like that. But I think by my birthday, I think by September 15th, we're going to get into a situation where everybody's leveling up in a certain way where, I feel fine with just experiencing life. That's my goal, honestly. Make everybody level up and then start experiencing life. So loud and clear, everybody. You heard me. You know what's the game plan. You know what we're doing here. So make sure you take your time. Make sure everything is planned and meticulously described so that you actually could reach that plan. It has to be something you reach. It has to be something you do. Just like Hoover said the other day, there's pretty much no idea of tomorrow, What if you get, struck by a bus out of nowhere? It can happen. God forbid it happens, of course. We don't want that to happen, but it can happen. So you got to do everything that day, that time, that moment. The second you can, you got to start planning. So these options are still down only pretty much the same amount that we were up. The market's moving so slow here. This is perfect. Perfect for me talking. So you were saying you just want the freedom to be a successful trader? Oh, no, you just want the freedom that being a successful trader brings? No, yeah, I understand. No more 9 to 5, travel, cars, properties. Yep. That's all it's about. But you have to understand, Elijah, the most important thing about that, once you have the money, once you have the cars, once you have the properties, is who's going to be at those properties, Who's going to be in those cars with you? Who's going to be going on those travel spots with you? If the answer is just you yourself, some people could operate like that. Some people had, a very social life, I guess, where everything was just, they just had a bunch of people around them and they want to, do things on their own. So I understand that. I definitely understand that. But eventually, you will get to a point where you want a community around you. So make sure that that's always the top of your priorities. Because having the money, I'm telling ya, does not solve a single thing when there's nobody around you. It makes you feel more alone, more separated, and it puts you in a way worse mental state, if I had to say. Obviously, you have more opportunity when you have the money, of course, to help and to, lead and guide. But it's just like you got to start early. The second you can. That's what I figured. And that's what I did when I was 21. That's why I focused everything into teaching and everything into trying to help my friends, even though none of them wanted to hear it. Now that I did focus all that time into that, I mean, look what we have here. Potentially something that's going to change the world. And it wasn't my intention to do that, honestly. I had no intention of doing that. I didn't care about that stuff when I was younger. 100% I did not care about that. But it just became the case over time, Especially when you see more stuff occur throughout the world. It's just only right, There has to be something there that's like a totem pole. That's like a tree that, it's like 1,000 feet into the sky. That breaches into space. That nobody can knock down or cut down. You can't set it on fire. Nobody could take this out. There needs to be something like that. And this is what this group will be. In my honest opinion. One day, of course. One day. It is that right now. But like I said, anything can happen to me. But this group And you know, the future does not matter about me. It matters more so about just everybody attached to it. Just the idea of what it is, its concept, its way of, you know, being created, how it was created, when it was created, who it was created for. Everything really matters. So, yeah, make sure you all know that. This is not just my community, this is also yours. Bigger picture here. We're focusing way on the bigger picture, not on this small picture stuff. We don't have time for that at this point. Again, we're still waiting for this call. We're going to see if we can get above that red line right there. And then once we get above that red line, I want to see us pump straight up to number 4 on the reversal points, ladies and gentlemen. So that's all we're going to wait for right there. In terms of Tesla's strangling us. I got to bring up that meme from The Simpsons with Bart. We got to have that picture. We got to put that on the Discord. whenever we're losing capital, I got to put that. You're getting strangled. I also got to learn how to edit the Discord emojis. I want to learn how to do all that. I'll put some time into that today, if anything. And then Vikash, you said your dream is to drive cross county, cross country with a motorcycle. It's so dangerous, though. I honestly wanted to get a motorcycle recently. I never wanted to get it before because I seen the crazy accidents. But I don't know what it was the last couple months. I kind of really wanted to get one. But I don't want to drive it around here. Especially New York. I'm not going to be here tomorrow if I drive that in New York. So I'm thinking to probably like, I want to take it like upstate or something. Or like just a little far away. Where there's not that many cars. Something like that. I don't think... Am I an adrenaline junkie? I don't really think I am, honestly. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think I take my my safety a little serious. I mean, I'll go fast, but not in the motorcycle. Never in the motorcycle. Even when I have a bunch of people in my car, I can't. I mean, am I an adrenaline junkie? I mean, to a certain extent, I would say yes. Maybe yeah. Honestly, let me not lie. Probably yeah, a little bit. But you said there's way more cars upstate? You think there is? I don't know, because I honestly don't go upstate. Nah, you're right. Everybody has a car. You're right. That makes I never thought about it like that. That makes so much sense now. There's probably a lot more cars just condensed in the city, but not everybody has one. Oh, you have a bike, Elijah? Nah, yeah, those... I was thinking about it, honestly. I just don't know what type of bikes they are, or... I know it runs on, like, I think the speed, or maybe the price is, like, based off of the idea of, like, the CC. Like, what type of bike it is. So, because some bikes, they obviously have, like, I remember that from you know what I remember the CC from? Mario Kart. If y'all remember playing that. No, but it's kind of funny, but I have no idea what type of bike that is, honestly, Elijah. That looks like a robot's code. I'm guessing it's 600cc. But, like, how do you measure that, though? Let me see. Let me search it up.
Yeah, that's the Honda joint. The Honda CBR. Oh, hell yeah. Those shits are nice. I know that joint's fast, too.
Yeah, see that motorcycle looks nice as hell. I'm looking at it right now. Nah, yeah, that looks insane.
It's like flying for half the price, you know.
Nah, yeah. Honestly, you know what I want? I'd rather, instead of, I do want a bike, but what I much prefer and what I'm much more comfortable with, to be completely open and honest with everybody, because I could probably learn how to drive a bike fast. Like that's probably not the issue here, but in terms of safety, I would just want to go fast inside of like a Koenigsegg, something fast. Like my dream car is a Koenigsegg. This one, I'll show everybody right now. Look, when we at least have the house and at least 100 students, who knows? Maybe at that point, just depending on how capital is. Oh no, I had it right there. Koenigsegg Jesco.
Oh, that's the new one.
Yeah, this is my dream car right here. This color right here.
TJR, he just bought one for $3.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
It is fucking, yo, the body is carbon fiber. The wheels are carbon fiber. Bro, you're basically driving carbon fiber at almost close to 300 miles per hour.
When they did the unveil, I was just like, nah, yeah, this looks insane. You get your own shampoo. You get your own custom. I'm gonna show you right now. Let me see. It's the funniest thing. Let me see. Yeah, Koenigsegg Jesco Odin.
I mean, if anyone knows about carbon fiber, we gotta come there.
Just look at these colors. Oh my goodness. That sparkle on that paint. The way the back. Say that again?
Well, like, alright, so like, say it dulls out, right? It's not like paint, so how do you bring it back? You like wet sand it? And just add like a protective coat right back on top of it. Yeah, for something like that, those type of cars, the hyper cars, they use, after they put the coating on with the carbon fiber, they use a specialized coating that's like mint resistant and everything else resistant. But you also gotta think about it, it's light, it's fast as hell, so as soon as you mix up, you're gonna have to decide that when you age like
Are you ready for this?
you hit like a mailbox or some shit, something, anything on the side, it's a wrap. And you're gonna scrape up the whole thing, probably about to pay like 3-4 million.
Just look at. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at the key. Oh my goodness. Is that where the shampoo is? Let me see. It's shampoo. Wait, it might be car spray now. Now that I think about it, maybe it's not actually shampoo. Oh my god! Wait! You got it. You got to hear the startup again. Spy just made a new high. Well, look at it right now. Wait, just hear the sound, everybody. Hear the sound. You ready for this? You got to hear this. I'm telling you. Look how this sounds. Just wait. Oh my god. Sounds like a sounds like an attack helicopter. Yeah, but this is my dream car. Who knows when we'll get it? But I'm definitely gonna get it. This is what I want. I want to get the SVJ, which is like 700K, and then I want to get this after that, probably. All right, everybody. Looks like Spy's making a new high. There we go. Our contracts are up 10% again. This is gonna pay for that car. We're still waiting for this to make a new high and touch this red line here. Once it gets above that red line, the first goal is going to be to actually see if this is going to run up to 648, 649. I'm still thinking you're going to hit the second reversal point. Looks like it's going to be a really good point in our case. And at that point, we'll be around 60 cents in the money. So we should be up around 70%. 80%. If you just fall out the sky here again, it's alright. It's okay. We'll continue to play the downside. We just need more confirmation that you want to fall. As of right now, this just looks like you're just hanging towards the top, trying to go up higher. Because think about it. As it stands, the current price action is actually higher than the box. Right? In terms of the weekly box. The high is 647. So as long as you're above 647, you could potentially see another high over here. You know? 650, or maybe we hit the 1/8 point, which is right here. I think we hit the 132 point. If you actually look at this. Let me see something. Yeah, look at this. You hit the 132 point. Look to the left of my screen. 647.87. That's currently where you're stuck at right now. So, what did it fall down to down here? 646.53. But then again, we wouldn't have prices here. I got to take this off. But then again, I probably have that for a reason. I mean, I guess that's fine. I got to color code them differently, though. The midpoints are very important. That's what needs to be colored. I can't have everything pink because they're not the same strength. So let me actually fix this real quick. That's a mistake on my part. Let me see if I can actually... What is... So it's like every one? Wait, so if I select this one, I just got to skip one, right? So this one, then this one. Okay, well, yeah, I got it now. Just in case I can't see it. Oh, wait, I skipped two. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. We'll put them as white doesn't stand out. Maybe we'll make it, nah, blue doesn't stand out. Purple? We'll make them purple. Actually, it's too similar to pink. I could change the pink ones. Actually, pink stands out more, so we'll leave it pink. We'll change that to like green or something. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Pink and green. So the green levels are the more important levels. That's what you need to really look at. The green levels are the main 132 points. The pink levels are just basically the same value, which is how much they're worth. So 647.03 to 646.14. That size in between there is what I'm trying to measure when I put down the pink one. Just for you to have. Just because it is a point where the market could slow down at. So yeah, that's the reason why we have price labels there. But the green ones are the 132 points. And then you would have to look down here. The 1/8 is pink, so I guess I should change that now. We'll change these to purple. We got to use all the colors of the spectrum here, apparently.
Yo, Sai.
What's good, bro?
I'm hearing your voice double. I don't know if it's just me. I left.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I turned it off right there. I got you. Sometimes you hear me as double whenever I'm sharing my audio, like when I'm trying to show people like a video or something, or like just anything on YouTube.
Gotcha.
I was like, why is my arm... I feel like there's liquid on it. Alright, so... No, yeah, like some random liquids. I was like, what is that?
Not today, did he?
Hey! Can't bring him up. YouTube. I swear they be blocking videos whenever you say certain things. Oh, so that's the bike that you have, Elijah? That looks crazy. That colorway, the all black. Yeah, that looks insane, bro. Absolutely insane. Yeah, that thing looks crazy. And the oh yeah, Vikash, I remember you sent this one. So if you're gonna go like, if you're gonna go driving a motorcycle like cross country, right? How like what bike would you prefer? Is it like the BMW one? Probably that one, right? But then again, it's probably heavier if you're riding it all the time. But then again, it might have a light frame. I could see it having a light frame. Nah, but Elijah, you know what's crazy? I have a toy car that I've had since I was like maybe like I don't even know how old I was when I had this, but it's a Suzuki GSX R. I always wanted like a bike just like that. I'm pretty sure it's Japanese, right? It's crazy because the toy car, it has a suspension on it. So like the wheels go up and down. I have no idea how I got this, but nah, yeah, this looks crazy. You said no motorcycles? You've seen 3 deaths because of careless car drivers? Nah, yeah. That's how it is, though. You know? Especially in New York, the one thing you learn is that none of these people could drive. I'll say half of the people that I drive with or drive near, they have no idea. They had no idea. But that's just the way it is, you know? I remember when I was working at Uber Eats, not to bring up a random story, but you know how many times I was had an accident when I was driving for like, you know, for food to deliver it? Yeah, it was crazy. It was like at least 3 times, 2 times a day, at least, minimum. I was probably driving like around 150 miles a day. But now, yeah, it was insane. This one time, I remember I couldn't feel my heart for like 10 minutes. I was driving and my light turned green, and you got four lanes for each side. So like the oncoming traffic has 4 lanes, my side has 4 lanes, or maybe it was 3 lanes. I think it was 4 though. Actually, no, it might have been 3. Somewhere, I don't know, 3 or 4, one of them. And all I saw is this guy was in my lane coming straight towards me. And I'm looking up and I'm looking down. And I had to like swerve to the right side because there was no one next to me. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, usually when the light turns green, I'm just gone. That's just, I don't know. It's just like a habit, I guess. So I went off the green light, and he was like coming straight onto the same lane that I was in. So I had to like swerve in the side, and I have food on me. So all the food just went everywhere. And I had to go back to the store and get another thing for the customer. They didn't need me to pay for it though. Like they didn't say like, you know what I mean, you got to charge you or something like that. They just said it's fine. But nah, yeah, that's crazy. That was just one of the times too. Yeah, there was another time where I just came from. This is why I hated working Uber in a car that was broken or owed. Never do that, please, everybody. I mean, I understand you gotta do what you gotta do, but make sure you take care of the car. I had a car that was rusted out, and I was working Uber. 2 days prior, my tire popped, and because it was like it was a Nissan 350 special wheel that I had on my Infiniti, the G35 that I had. And what happened was the control arm ripped off the car. And when I say the control arm ripped off the car, meaning you cannot put a new control arm there ever again. The spot is missing on the frame. Like, it's ripped off. So, the tire, it went from being like, you know how somebody, like, some people camber their tires and, like, their tires be, like, tilted? You know what I mean? Like, out the car? My tires were tilted inside of the car. So, That's pretty much what happened when I hit something really hard and the frame, I guess, just snapped off. But like I said, 2 days prior, I had spent like $300 on that wheel, and then the car thing just snapped off. And I only made like $100 that day. I was so tight because I wasted all the money the other day. And then the next day I woke up late and I was working late, and I couldn't pay for what I spent the last day. And then the third day, I think it was like probably like 2-3 days later, maybe even a couple days after that, I just the car just got broken, and there was no fixing it. So I had my uncle weld it for me at the time, so he welded it, and then I just sold it for a cheaper price, pretty much. Unfortunately, I paid $3,000 for that. You know what's crazy? They had rolled back the miles on that Infiniti, so I was at 170K when I saw the car, like when I bought it. That car was actually at 260,000. So when I went from 180K to 190K, or almost 200K, because I think I went from 80K to like 210K. I think I put like 30,000 miles on top. That's how you could tell those cars, they're really good. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Those Infinitis, the beating they take is insane. Which, I mean, makes sense, right? Japanese. But it's insane, you know? All right, everybody. Spy's popping here. We're up 100%. There we go. Put your stop losses. This is what we've been waiting for. It's time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we were waiting for. Come on now. Put your stop losses. Just make sure you at least sell out potentially, just in case. I want this to go up just a tiny bit more. You hit reversal point 1.5 perfectly. You hit on top of that red line. You're up 60% still. Let's see if you're going to pop a little bit more. I want to see a touch of reversal point number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Nice and easy. You just got to feather the gas right now. It's like you're drifting around in a circle. Is there a trend before Labor Day? Honestly, I don't have one right now. But what we could do is today, we can create a plan tonight so that we could trade tomorrow and on Tuesday. That's what we could do. We could actually do that. Just to make sure that everybody's good. You know what I mean? Just in case. That's actually a really good idea, Brian. I might have to do that. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. Because I want to do that with every single type of news. Because, you know, like, what if next year we have, 20,000 people in this community, and we have one person join, and now we have 20,001. That one person needs to be able to see the structure and be able to have full guidance. So how would we do that in that setting? Obviously, we would have a teacher that can help them out, of course. But not only that, in terms of actual, like, trends, in terms of actual, like, ways of spotting consistent patterns, you just got to look at the last time that they occurred, Like for Jackson Hole, just look at last year. The reason why we did so well this year on Jackson Hole was because of last year. Same thing with CPI reports, same thing with PPI reports. There's all a certain way to trade each one a little differently. Same thing with FOMC. So yeah, we have a few more things that we probably have to do charts for. Like I want to do like a December chart for like Christmas. Because like what if some people don't have the ability to have, family next to them? You know what's going to help? The ability for them to actually travel. Go next to other people who are far away. Cough, cough. The Discord. And we're definitely going to go on some nice trips. Like I said, I'm a very lonely person as well. In terms of not feeling alone, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, in terms of like holidays and stuff like that, I don't like being around groups, that are like family and stuff like that. I just don't like it. I'd rather be around, people who want the betterment of you, not people who don't, is what I'm trying to say. So that's what I mean. Not lonely or something like that. I guess I worded it wrong. But, no, yeah. In case you guys need that type of community, this is exactly where this is. That's exactly what we're trying to do here. Now, if you're a lunatic, of course, we're going to have to make sure that everybody checks out. There could be a lunatic hidden everywhere. Who knows? But you guys know what I'm trying to say. You guys are still talking about motorcycles? What's going on over here? Oh my goodness. I saw so many more pictures. I was just like, what's going on here? We're having the meetup right now? Yeah, those bikes look crazy, I'm telling y'all. That all black one, the gray one was yours? Yeah, the cashed. I don't know why, like, whenever I see like cars or motorcycles that are all black with like a certain like haze to it, you could say, like in the color and the paint, those things look crazy. All right, everybody. If you sold out of your calls, we're just going to give this a second here. We're going to allow this market to fall right back down. Let's see if it can hit 646.84. If you hold down here, we're just going to buy another call. Again, we're looking for this market to actually hit 649. We're playing the trend exactly how we wanted in the beginning of the day. Looks like the second idea is now working out again. But of course, you have these other ideas that are now in the background, potentially about to work out, such as a SPY put. So if you look at the SPY puts right now, just in case you wanted to play that, you're still consolidating near the top, which is that red line. If you get above that red line, what's going to happen is, again, you're just going to go straight up to 649, 650. If you fall beneath this red line, just so everybody could be aware, just so everybody's on the same page, it's only right. You said, am I still inputs for SPY? You said you missed the plays. So remember, Jada, remember, we talked about this yesterday. You commented inside the YouTube chat that you consistently keep having losses. So before you start trading again, I messaged you on Discord, and I asked to see if you have a time that we could speak. So whenever you get around to, answering the message, just make sure you let me know. Other than that, yeah, just let me know what a time, a day. Just give me a moment, and we'll go from there before you start trading again, just in case. 'Cause I don't want you to have no losses no more. In terms of what plays are we what's called currently playing right now? Like what am I inside of? In terms of a call or put, currently we're inside of a call. We bought the call right down here at number 2. Actually 1.5. We bought it at like 1.52, somewhere like around here. And then we played puts in the morning. So we bought puts in the morning. You fell straight down. We sold it for 100%. Then we bought the calls. Calls went up a couple times, 30% the first time. The second time they went up, they peaked at around, I think it was like 70-something percent, 80%. It was almost 100. I thought it was going to start swinging up a little bit more. So, again, that's the reason why I said 100% earlier. But yeah, it was only like 70%, 80%. You saying buying a put here seems like a good play? Of course, it's definitely a good idea. Now, how much are you going to fall? That's what we're kind of looking at right now. We're trying to see if you're going to fall straight down to 646, if not hold right here. Because if you hold here, so if you hit 1.5 and then you fall down to number 1 and you hold, you're just going to run right back up going higher. So on the short term, the trend can continue to go up higher. Yes, that is correct. That's kind of what I'm waiting for here. But you can also just fall right back down again. This is usually how you make new highs. So it's a little annoying, but as long as we got the right strike price, which we do, obviously, when you ran up right there, we were already in the money. So we have a really good strike price. Our percentage was at 60%, but what we're going to do here is average down if it goes negative again. And then we want to try to see if, since we averaged down the first time, at a really good price, when it swoops up again, we want to at least get 100% to 200%. That's pretty much all. You said we got to host a bike meet? Oh, no, for sure we'll do that. One day. Shit, Elijah, now that I know you have one, I'll be looking more into them. How much did they cost? Is it like what, like 10,000? That's not bad at all. That's really good prices, honestly. 7K? I thought it was gonna be more than that. 7K and then the other one was 15K. If I'm buying a bike, I would probably just want to spend for the first time. I'll probably just want to spend probably like 5,000, 6,000. I'll probably get something like really slow, just so I can learn it. You said you messaged me back today. Let me go take a look at that, Jada. Let's go, go, go. So like I said, you said what time works for me. You don't even have to ask me what time works for me. Remember, I'm the type of a person where if you need help, it doesn't matter what time it is for you. I'm gonna help you. I'm not like trying to act like famous or something like that. That will never happen, no matter how big this group gets. You need me? You literally instantly call me. That's exactly what you should do. So that's what I'm telling you right now. Just give me a time so that maybe if you want me to be prepared, you could do that as well. That's fine. But if you don't know of a time, it does not matter. The second you have time, remind yourself that you got to call me. Doesn't matter if it's 3 a.m., doesn't matter if it's 6 a.m., doesn't matter if it's 2 a.m. It might take you a couple calls to wake me up, but I'll wake up. You said motorcycles are pointless? It's for fun, Everybody always, kind of enjoys their fun differently. And for some reason, I think I kind of want to experience that. Just for fun. Like I said, I'm not going to be going crazy with it, but yeah. I have a lot of things I got to change. I can't afford to risk my life for some stuff,
The one thing I realized about motorcycles is it's like everything else. You got to take it slow. Like driving is one thing, but because I saw somebody, he just got his bike, and he was in the parking lot of IBM. He was trying to figure out how to wheelie, and I'm like, bro, you just got the bike, like, you know how to ride it? He's like, nah. I'm a, you know what I'm saying? I wrote it here. I was like, okay, hey, do you, And then all of a sudden he lifted it up too much, and he hit the gas too hard. There goes the bike, and he hit the floor, trailing the bike.
Yeah, damn.
And yeah, the bike is done. The bike is finished. It was finished. Like we went into a guardrail, flipped over, almost hit 84.
Oh my God.
Bad. It was bad. So yeah, because I always wanted a bike, and I'm like, yo. But like you said, it's those emotional times where you just be like, let's see what this thing could do. Then all of a sudden, you on fucking 5 o'clock news.
Oh God. Oh my God. We're looking for 100 to 200%. But just so you can be well aware, if for whatever reason you go below 647.01, the market could fall out the sky. There you go. I have to update it like that. Now it looks better. Better message.
Culinary.
Is that Mikey?
Yeah, blast from
yeah.
the past. It was good.
What's going on? Bless up, everybody. Yeah. I got a quick question for you, the culinary. While you're talking about bikes and stuff, do you have to have a special license if you already have your car license or your truck license, or do you have a special license for biking? Just curious. Just came across my mind.
Yeah, everything has its own license. So like you would have to go to yeah, I think you have to. I think you getting your bike license is the same as getting a
You said you don't have one.
What happened?
He said he doesn't have one.
Hey. Might want to erase that message, bro.
No, you're good. No one knows.
We don't allegedly.
We're good. It's so funny. Because when you were talking about it and explaining it, that's the first thing I saw. Oh my god.
Yeah, man, respect. Hey, Uber, what's going on? What's up, everybody? Yeah, call me. I drive right now, still up on the road, on the highway, you know? And then I background still.
You got it, Mikey.
Yeah.
I'm about to... You know what's crazy? Is I didn't realize I got home at 4 a.m. last night. I realized when I woke up in the morning, like when I came home, I looked at the time, I was like, what in the world? I was like, how the hell is it 4 a.m.? Time be flying. You said, are you cheating on us now? No, everybody, I am not cheating on you guys. I have a whole nother group from like a different country or something. Imagine. That'd be hilarious. All right, what time did we buy these calls? I forgot. We bought the calls at 9:50 a.m. I think. Let me check. We bought the calls at 9:52 to be exact. 9:52 a.m. We were up 30%, then we were down 30%. Most recently, we just hit 70% to 80%. My goal is still to sell out for 100 to 200%. All right, I think that's all the information one would need to be able to track down how we did it. Let me put a little dash mark here. We're looking for 100 to 200%. Let me delete this down here actually, and then boom. Yep. No insurance as of now. But just so you could be aware, excellent. Put a dash mark here. Wait, dash, space, capital B. Erase this one. But just so you could be well aware, if for whatever reason the SPY goes below 647.01, the market can fall out the sky back down to 640, then 636. So below 647.01, you could buy a 0-day put for 646 or 645 and allow the market to simply just consolidate at the top right back to your play. The only problem is you might have to do this a couple days out from now because we might be making new highs. So as you play these puts going right back down, try to see if the momentum is shifting short term to be able to tell if you're going to have to buy these puts a couple days out instead of now. All right. So below 640.70, you would buy a 0-day put for 646 or 645 and allow the market to simply consolidate at the top right back down to your play. The only problem is you might have to do this a couple days out from now because we might be making new highs. So as you play these puts going right back down, try to see if the momentum is shifting short term to be able to tell if you're going to have to buy these puts a couple days out instead of now. And then you'll just focus on the calls short term, just like how we are. Once we hit 651, then I will actually allow you to buy a put going right back down, in which you will buy a 649 put once we hit 651, and you're going to wait for the market to retest the 649s, where we could potentially create a new layer of support so that we can lift off into the 654s and 655s. If you would like to become better with trading new highs, the first thing you want to do is look at every single peak that the market had and look at every single weekly drop that it also had next to those peaks. For example, if you look at 2024, about every 2 months to 3 months, the market had solid weekly puts that were continuously occurring, which then allowed us So it allowed us to spot a consistent pattern of certain daily moves which lead you either into new highs or show you momentum is slipping and you might have to get into the puts. Okay, so I'll fix this again in a second here. I kind of want to look at the trades. When did we post this trade? We bought it here, and then you went up here, then you went up, then you went up here. And now we'll take a little look at not Spy, but Tesla, just to see what's going on over there in Tesla's land. Right now we're up 70% on get on these calls. So again, everybody, you could still sell out if you haven't already. You're always, able to do whatever you feel is right in the moment. Make yourself just not anxious. Just don't be anxious for any reason. If you feel like you should sell, just sell it. I'll give you another play a couple minutes later. If you feel like you should hold it, do what you think is best. That's the only way that you're going to become a great trader, is if you start believing in yourself, not believing in me. So the puts for tomorrow are toast. As of right now, yes, but we already made that money back. They cost, so far we're down $40 on those puts with the averaging down that we did. But in terms of the first call we had, or the first put we had today, we made $40 with that, which made that basically almost free. And then this second call that we just have right now that's up 70%, we made the rest of those SPY puts free, and now we have some extra profit. So now let's just say that you don't fall down to 636 tomorrow. It's okay. Why? Because we're making that money back already in the short term. So technically that play is now free. Or we could just sell it for a loss, because now the whole entire account has more capital. What are we going to do? We're going to, actually keep it. Any play that I buy has potential. That's why you never see me sell out of my plays or, no stop losses, because I know it has potential. Of course, it's a lot of trust, right, that you have to have with yourself, but I've had a lot of years where I was against myself so much so that now I just completely and utterly trust myself. Whatever I think is right, I don't go against it. So yes, the puts for tomorrow, they are toast as of right now. We'll see if we're going to average down on those at like $5, $4. Because I still see this market shutting down to 636 here. I could still see it happening. You hit number one again, everybody, and you're falling right back down to the red line. I want to see something real quick. Where are you? So you made a new high, and you stopped at the 164 point. Meaning if you fall down to the next 164 point, it's going to be down here at 647.55. That's where you could fall down to right now. 647.55. If it holds, you're just going to get taken right back up to a new high. Or we could potentially see 649. That's what we're waiting for right now. We're shaking and baking, everybody. Take cover. This thing might be falling out the sky. Take cover. We'll see if it wants to fall down to number one here. Kind of perfectly lines up with that other weekly point. That 164th point that you just hit. Perfectly lines up with that. You're holding on the red line, though. Remember, if you hold this red line, you know what's going to happen, everybody? You want me to be honest with you? you're going to go right up to number 5 if you hold on this red line. That's what the technicals are now telling me. So let's say if we copy this red line, because I need to copy them actually. That's the wrong one. That's the right one. So if I take this group right here, group 217, and I copy these lines just like this, the first thing you're going to recognize is when I put it perfectly right back down on top of the red one, that's how far you can run up. So I was actually a little off. Number 5 is going to be slightly below the orange line. So just like that, everybody. Then you group it. I'm going to have to fix it right now because if I forget to fix it later on, eventually it's going to be a problem. So give me 1 second. Let me make sure I actually can't fix it too close to the current day because it's going to make me zoom in weirdly. So I got to go to the left here. Like right here is fine. And then let me keep zooming in now. And you have to think about it. Who in their right mind is going to do what I'm doing right now to make their charts better? And that's exactly the reason why kind of the main occurrence with people charting is them messing it up, in all honesty. So how can I possibly mess this up when I'm zooming in to the actual smallest, number possible? And the answer is you can't. It's impossible for you to mess it up. So this is why the charts are always perfect. Of course, I've done it a bunch of times without doing it perfect, and then that's how I noticed it was like messed up. Like, look at how far these lines are, but then you guys saw me like zoom out. It looked like they were perfectly right on top. So we got to do this very slowly. It's going to keep snapping here. Just like that. Once I can't see any more red visually, then I know we're good. I still see a little red. There you go. I see no red at all now. Once you see nothing, no red, not even a little line, you're perfect. Now you can zoom out. Oh, we had to zoom out all the way. Give me 1 second. We zoomed in a lot. I think that's good enough. Now let's zoom in here. Zoom out here a little bit more. That should be good enough. I don't want to go too far out. Let's get you real zoomed in here. So again, you just hit the level we wanted you to hit. You hit the first reversal point. Our contract's down. If they're down, we could buy more, but they're not down. All right, this sucks. I want to see if we could buy more. So again, everybody, you perfectly hit the same location I wanted you to hit. Now let's see if it's going to elevate it right back up. It might consolidate here for like 15 minutes. So just be careful. Yeah, they're playing with these calls real nicely. They know what they're doing. Today's a real structured day. This is amazing. All right, so we're just going to let this sit for a second. We're going to let that rock. Moo, just come. Just drop out the sky. Just fall. I want to see you right at 169, please. Thank you. Let's go ahead and look at the futures right now. I haven't looked at the futures all day. In terms of the futures, you finally have a new box, ladies and gentlemen. let's go ahead and measure this new box, because every single time you make a new box, you got to measure it. And you got to get ready. Just in case the market's going to fall out the sky, we have the midpoint where it could fall down to very sharply. Meaning the second of, like, because sometimes some markets, they fall really quickly off the top. So what I've learned was, if you could wait for that big move and you can keep measuring the trends and you can let it hit the midpoint, if it falls really quickly one day out of nowhere, think about it. Who in their right mind is going to be able to actually buy a call down here if you fall down $10 out the sky? Nobody's going to want to buy a call, right? Because it's like, you know, it's a really big drop. You might go down lower. So you're going to be one step ahead of them, because you're going to know that if it hits here, that's the midpoint. So all you got to do is play calls from here if the market falls out the sky. And I'm sure you guessed it, but yes, right back to this quarter point. That's all you got to do is play calls from here to here and sell out right before it hits it. That's it. That's the game plan. So while we're making new highs, you know what we could do here? I could use the old box from last week, put it right on top. And the midpoint is going to be right up here at 6,581 on the futures. If I show you the quarter point, it's pretty much right next to where we're at. So once we hit this quarter point from last week, you could start playing puts on this. Again, you're going to know before the market even hits this level what to do. Now, if it continues to run up higher, yes, of course, you want to sell out and then continue to play the upside. But for this, we're just trying to make sure it tracks down on SPY's movement perfectly. We want to make sure it's basically the same thing in terms of the charting and the technicals. Because how can I teach a person how to trade futures if what I use for SPY doesn't work for futures? You know, it's not going to work out. So this is just my one way of fact-checking myself and making sure that this works perfectly. Tesla, just keep falling as well, please. You're almost right back at that level we wanted you to fall to, which is 636. We have a lot of stuff we're going to start writing about Tesla, so we're just waiting a second here. Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to sell this long. Wait, give me 1 second, everybody. How much am I up right now? Holy shit. The Euro trade is up 2,600. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna stop out right now. We're gonna take our profit, everybody, on the Euro trade. Oh my God. You're running into this guy just like we wanted you to. Look at this. I'm happy I checked that right now. Now we're up 2,000, almost 800. Our goal was 3,000. That's what we told everybody 2 days ago. Yeah, you keep running up here. Yep, 2,800 now. All right, so I'm just gonna stop out right here, everybody. And we're going to go for another trade. 2,840. All right, I stopped out. 837. 2,837, whatever. So again, now that $10,000 account is sitting at 14,000. We're up 50% just on 2 trades. And this is all Forex. There's no data. You don't got to deal with, you know, the... whatever you call them. I keep forgetting their names. What do you call them again? Not the delta. I mean, it's delta and gamma. It's not popping up in my head right now. I don't know why. What are they called? What in the world? Let me see. Give me 1 second. Yo, why can I not think of it right now? It's just not popping in my head. Gamma and delta are... I literally had to look at what I wrote down on my Discord. That's crazy. Greeks! Thank you, Louis. There you go. I was like, why am I thinking of gyros and Greek food? And I'm like, yo, I swear. I was just like, that was the most confusing thing ever right there. But yes, the Greeks is something you do not have to worry about when you're looking at the strike price. When you're looking at Forex and stuff like that, there's no delta, there's no theta, so you don't have something killing your contracts in the background. Meaning it's all technicals. So if you get in at a good point and it goes up above that point, just like futures, you're gonna make some good money. We were down, I think, like 2,000-3,000 right here. So we bought right here. That's where we bought. The monthly buying area is right down here, which is where you fell to. That's where I bought on my other account. And then that was the 50-cent account. So now the 50-cent account, which was originally 3 cents, right now we're sitting at $1, I think. Let me check. Let me double check. Did I sell it? I don't even know. I think I sold it. Yeah, I think I sold it yesterday. That's all good. Oh, no, I did not sell it. Never mind, everybody. We're up 100 pips on that one right now. We're at $1.30 already. That's crazy. So now we're going to sell out of this. And probably in like a day or two, I want to see what the top looks like. I want to see if it's just going to keep running up. I'm happy with my profit. My account went from $1 to $1.30. That's almost 50% right there. So now at the top, I'm going to put in this $1.30. Try to see if we could turn it into like maybe $3, $2 on the way back down. And we're going to hopefully not run into a new high again, because every single time this damn thing runs into a new high, it just kills the account. Because of the tariff news and all that information, I don't know how to actually perfectly trade world economic news yet. Because again, I've never traded tariffs. I never traded certain characteristics. But even though we have not done that and traded that, we're still able to make a really good amount with this. And this is really kind of like a testament to that truth, you know? Just us being able to chart like this, it listening to these lines specifically and only these lines, right? I mean, I guess you're kind of listening to something else here. Like, because you're in the middle of nowhere. But let's just say if I was to take this box to the left, I could literally just go like this. It's going to look crazy at first, but just watch. I can go like this and just put this beneath it. And there you go. When you fell down to here, you hit the previous 1/2 point. Just like you hit it here, and then you ran right back up to the top. Back down to the same point, which was the 1/2 point, and then you ran up higher. I guess I'll leave this here for now. But the thing I had to delete is all these text messages. Let me see. Not text messages. What am I saying? Let's put this to the left here. Actually, no. We got to put it to the right. I want to see where all the words are. I don't know why that was confusing me right there. And then this one right here could be deleted. And then, yeah. Now I could delete this. Delete this, delete this, delete this. And then now let's select the whole thing again. Now move it to the left. Oh God. Let me see. Let me just move these points too. And then let me put this over here. Just to make it nice. We'll fix that later. We'll fix that later. But yes, and then of course you do the same thing going into a new high. You just copy the boxes on top. That's how we're going to trade that. For now, I think you're actually going to fall down here. So what I could do is, I don't want to do it right now. But I kind of want to get some puts for us to play the downside. It looks like you're peaking here. So I kind of want to do it soon now that I'm looking at it. Not with the big account though. Absolutely not. Not the time for that right now. If you fall out the sky again, we'll probably get into the trade with the bigger account. But for now, not right now. We're just going to let it rock. Okay, so we got that going in the background. We got the Tesla trade going in the background. Tesla's still strangling us in terms of the SPY trade. Again, you perfectly hit the area that we told you the market was going to fall down to potentially and hold at. And you're holding on it perfectly. Just like how we wanted. This area, as you could tell, is where this green circle is right here. Now, you might ask, how did I know that the market was going to fall to here, right? If you came into the live stream a little bit late. This is how right here. If you create one more box at this midpoint, just to kind of chop it up a little bit further. If you extend this, the market hit this line right there perfectly. that is the 132. No, I think that's the 164th point. Yeah, that's the 164th point. So now where you're currently at, if you take this box and literally put it below it, as you can see when the market fell out the sky right there, it's all structure points. I'm telling you guys. It's all triangulated with this style of trading that I've taught you. You perfectly hit that point right there to the cent. Now you're holding. This is why I have no worry, honestly, when I'm trading, is because I know what the bigger picture is in terms of the equal reactions. So if that was the equal reaction, and you see how you went a little bit above this line here, did you go a little bit below this line, ladies and gentlemen? And the answer is no. So just simply because of that right there, that's telling you that the market is clearly more bullish right now. Once you go below this line and you basically make a bigger trend compared to the same point that you were just at, then yes. And in all honesty, let me actually make sure these zones are perfect, because this one could be moved up just a tiny bit. So we might perfectly be at that point, actually. We could leave that right there. That's in the middle. Let me see. Did you actually go through it? You went through it, but you didn't go through it the same amount. So you did go through it. Yes, you did go through it when we fixed up the boxes. But in terms of how much you went over here, it's not even close down here. It's a little bit more to the top. So that's one way where visually you could tell that the momentum is still there, you know. So now I want to see us do the same thing, but to the top now, which means we should be able to run up. Meaning if you hold down here, I could basically easily predict that you're going to run up to here now, at least. Which is going to massively throw us in the money. We'll probably get rid of our contracts there. And then at that point, we should see a greater shift, because you're already breaking the EMAs here. So we'll see if you're going to hold on King's Point, as well as the golden pocket, which is right in between the blue line and the purple. Remember, you guys already know this. I've already told you to write this down. Every time the market crosses the EMAs and you fall back down into the blue and purple, you always run up for like a little scalp play. The reason why I know that is because that's how I used to trade futures. I used to always wait for the perfect setup every single day. I would stalk the charts, and I would just get in and out, in and out, in and out. That's the only reason why I was not blowing, you know, more accounts. And by the way, next week, on the first week of September, I'm going to be buying a prop firm account for myself. Just, I think it's like $50, $40. And with our first time of us buying a prop firm account, I want us to get funded. First time ever. I've never opened one before. I never tried it. Never thought about it. Never wanted to do it. But for now, I think we should do it together, because think about it. If I could take a $50 account and they give me, you know, 50K, and I could listen to their rules and regulations, I think we could easily take this account, because think about it. There's no restriction on how many times I could trade. That's not a good thing, you know. When I have no restrictions, I tend to go a little bit more wild. So I think that this account is going to change everybody's life here, especially if everybody's following it. You know what I mean? It's going to be a lot of back and forth, so it's going to be really hectic. You're going to be sweating every single day, let me tell y'all. Yes, the Greeks. Sorry about that for the person who said it on YouTube. I just read your comment a little late. Is it 34 and 50 EMA? Yes, that is correct. Actually, no, for the blue one is 20. Let me check. Let me double check, because sometimes some of my charts are different. That one's 21. The blue one on this TradingView account is 21. And then the purple one is going to be 48. The green is 13, and then the pink is 8-day. The red line is the 200 moving average. It's not an EMA. I don't like using the 200 EMA or the 100 EMA. It's just not what I fancy. Some people do, but I just don't like it myself, personally. It's too many lines, you know. I just want to have something that's small for short term, and something that's for the bigger term price action. You said that's your next challenge? No, yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think we could definitely turn that account into something crazy, and then we could just use that account to fund our options accounts, which allowed us to even trade futures in the first place because of the technicals and the charting. So, yeah, it's real nice. We could literally use that money, put more money into options, have some nice leaps, because it's really hard to actually have leap plays with futures. You can't really do that. You know, you can't have $10,000 throw into the market, not worry about it, you know, average down. I mean, you could do that if you have a bunch of margin, I guess. Yeah, but let's just say if it's like a smaller account, like 5,000, you're not going to be able to throw in 2,000, 3,000 and think you're going to go back to the same amount of capital when you come back. Not even half. You might get completely margin called. So with options, it's a lot easier for you to hold something long term and not have to worry about, you know, just losing too much capital short term and then you getting margin called. Makes it a little bit easier. Is the prop firm account is the prop firm account trade for the Discord? Yes. So this right here is solely for my Discord members, because this is the best way to teach people how to trade short term. And because of how much, you know, money you could lose, I wouldn't want to, you know, just blindly teach people out loud how to trade futures, because there's a lot of money you could lose. I need them to have their charts done, but at least I know with everybody on my Discord, they have their charts done. They have their weekly charts, they have their indicators on. Everything is ready. For everybody else, I don't know if they're ready. That's why I only give you, you know, really cheap stuff for now, until we have more structure, and then we can start, you know, doing some more expensive stuff. Same thing with the Forex trade, right? You're not gonna see me ever tell people on YouTube to put 10,000, you know, 10,000 into something or 20,000 into something. It's just not a good idea. It's not in nobody's interest to do that. But if it's a stock like Tesla, that's a different story. We get a crazy low, you might hear me say something crazy. It depends. Certain things, I will say that. But most of the time, no. Absolutely not. But yeah, so the prop firm account is going to be for the Discord. We're going to record it all every single day. And then we're going to make a little video on it. See if we can get funded our first try. And then after that, what I'm intending on doing is potentially purchasing a prop firm account for everybody on my Discord. And then after I purchase one for everybody, because it costs about $50 each one, the only problem is we're going to have to obviously help them out when it comes to funding, unless that account can pay for itself. Elijah, can the account pay for itself? So like, let's say if I buy an account for somebody, right? I spent $50. Now they have $50,000 that they could use, but it's a prop firm, so they have to listen to their rules. There's certain ways you go about doing things. If they get funded, right, can they pay for that themselves? Or is that something that I'm going to need to take care of as well? Because I know that's a lot of money. There's activation fees once you pass the funded account, which is... But I think it's fair if people pay that, right? If people pay the 165 and I just pay for the 50, I think that's more fair, honestly. That makes it so that we could do it sooner. So that's what we'll do. It's not going to cost that much. It's going to cost like $2,000, I think, or maybe like $1,500, $1,400, something like that. Oh, you know what I could do? This could be the way that I test people. It could be like a litmus test. You said, how can you access the Discord? Accessing the Discord is, you can go to the top of the YouTube. I usually have the Patreon link at the top, but it's all done through Patreon. That's for the Discord. But remember, you don't need to sign up. You don't need to pay a single dollar. I would much rather you take it very slow. You do things at a proper pace, so you're not rushing anything. You can actually learn properly. I mean, I know you've been in the Discord for over a year. I think you've been subscribed to the YouTube channel. Pavan, I'm pretty sure. You've been here for over like a year and a half. Since like January, I think, or February of 2024. So yeah, you already know how we do it. Same old stuff. But yeah, remember, there's no rush. There's no rush. Take your time, make some good capital, make sure your pockets are fat, and then you can kind of ask for more guidance so that you can learn how to, you know, triple that, quadruple that, do whatever you want. But just make sure your pockets are straight first. Honestly, I don't know what prop firm we're gonna use yet. I'm not too sure. If they can't pass and follow the rules, then you just lost 165 because they blew the account. No, yeah, exactly. Yep. Exactly, yeah. Top Step, that's what you use? Okay. But that's a really good way to test people. Like a really good way. Like I could train somebody for like a month. I'll pay for their prop firm account, $50. And then we'll try to see if they can, get it funded. If they can get it funded, they'll pay the 165 as well. Now it's their time to, kind of step up to the plate. And at that point, then we could see. That's what I could do for my teachers, actually. So that's what I would do for the teacher. I kind of want to do it for everybody, as well. But I should do it for the teachers as well. Because any single teacher should be able to trade anything. They should be able to be, like multi, tradable, whatever you call it, whatever you want to name it. I just want them to be able to trade anything. Forex, futures, crypto. Which is pretty much what's happening right now. I hope you guys understand that. The way I teach you how to trade SPY, you're learning how to trade everything else at the same time. It's not through my emotions. It's not through me wanting you to use only my information or my stuff. It's from me just putting enough time and being as unbiased as possible when I was making this stuff. That's the reason why it works so well. There's no emotions attached to this. Sometimes I get emotional. Of course I do. That's normal, I feel. But for the most part, all of this is all structured. That's why there's no worry. You were consolidating down here clearly. You hit the peak of this level. You could still fall down here on the weekly on this chart. Like right here, 646.60 looks like a really good level you could fall to. But if you just run up right now, you're probably going to stop somewhere over here, 649, 648. So it looks like our idea is also going to work out on this chart as well. Potentially. On this chart, you hit the middle, 648. Yeah, it's going to be like a little wick above the midline, Because you were here yesterday. You hit this already. You hit it today. Now we kind of want to see you go up a little bit higher. And then we could just sell the 0 days. These things are just strangling themselves. Losing some value in the background here. In terms of Intel just popped into my brain right now. Intel, where are you? My next goal, honestly, is I want to have different traders in my Discord that are specifically trading certain stocks. So I want to have like a Tesla guy, an Intel guy, an Amazon guy. Amazon guys. Oh my god. But, nah, yeah. So yeah, Intel is still compressing here. It's not anywhere we want it to be before we get into our next trade. We got to see it go down a little bit more or go up a little bit higher. It didn't even hit the wedge here. We could get a short-term call to play the short-term upside. It's just we're not that good with trading short-term on Intel yet. I don't really feel that's the case right now. So we're just going to stick with the 2 to 3 week contracts because we're doing phenomenal with those so far. So don't fix what's not broke, everybody. We'll just let it work for now. And then we'll fix it up a little bit later. Tesla? You said the hexagon trader? Listen, anything that has a stock chart, it doesn't matter. If it has a chart attached to it, you will know how to perfectly trade it. Looks like SPY's losing some value here. We're going to give it some time. Or you're pouring some concrete in right now? While you're trading? Yeah, that got to be annoying. Yo, what happens if you put concrete on the phone? I don't know. I just thought about that. What happens if you get a little bit of concrete on the phone? Does it just harden on the phone? Oh, you can scratch it off? Alright. Nah, yeah. Then that's good. Skin is a different story. I could imagine, right? Nah, yeah, that's what's up, bro. That's some really hard work right there. Keeping yourself fit. There we go. My uncle, he does construction, so I used to see how he used to, how it used to be when he used to come home. Nah, yeah. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Everything you left to work with is completely destroyed when you get home, pretty much. Asphalt? Now, why the hell would you have asphalt? I mean, I guess then again, you have some people that do the asphalt. Nah, I'm about to say, why the hell would you have asphalt on your skin? That gotta be crazy. It's hot and it's burning you at the same time.
Because as it's dropping out of the truck, you gotta scrape it out.
Ah, you're right. Yeah.
So sometimes when you're scraping it out, it just pops out next to it. Burning. It's like
That.
over 100 degrees.
Nah, yeah. See that's what I mean. But do they have it like cooking inside the truck? Like, is it spinning like the concrete? How do they do that with
Now
the
it holds
asphalt?
its heat. If you ever look on like a cool day,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see the steam rising from the asphalt. Asphalt really holds heat.
Nah, yeah, that does make sense, honestly. Nah, that's crazy. I kind of want to learn how to pour concrete and do all that stuff. What just happened? Why did Warzone just pop up right now? I didn't even open it. So if you smell it, that be burning your nose? Is it like the chemicals and stuff on it, or is it just like due to the heat? I wonder what that shit is even made out of. It looks like little pebbles, like how do you call it? Like gravel, like really hot gravel. They just made stick together. Oh, it has a strong smell. Nah, yeah, that makes sense. I really want to start a company soon where we clean, like we power wash. I was thinking about it. I saw this guy start a company with his friend, and I think they probably spent like maybe like 1,000, 2,000 for the utensils and for the equipment, and that their company now is big enough to produce around like 200, 250K a year. So like they do jobs for like Costco. They'll be on the roof cleaning the solar panels. It's mostly solar panel cleaning, but they do like other businesses as well. Wash windows, cars. So I was like, imagine if you can have a business where it's like you're doing everything. You wash their whole entire house, you cut the grass, do the lawn, power wash the driveway, like a full, like, you know what I mean? Like a full company that could do that. There might be some people that want that, and they do it like once a month or something like that. Who knows? It's just, generally giving services to people who would want it for that price. Because, of course, you're probably going to have to charge a fine penny for that. Just cleaning solar panels, I've seen those people make like 200, 300 an hour. Just cleaning solar panels. So it's kind of a nice business, honestly, because you could probably get like 300 for like 3 different customers a day. You could be making like 1,000 a day. It's a lot of work, of course. It is hard work, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like robotically trying to do this, Like, what job do you need to do for how many months so that you can have X amount of money so that you can then throw it into this, change your life like that, and within a couple years, boom, you're at your target. Stones and sand and gravel with petroleum. See, that's probably why it has that strong ass smell. That makes sense. So SPY short term. Looks like we're about to make new highs here. We're only up 30%. Last time when we were at the same level, we were up 70%. So just get ready, everybody. Just get ready. You might have to sell out of this real quickly, depending on how fast it runs up here. Does the bunny have... Oh, yeah, she has food. I was just making sure. If you go up like 100%, 200%, you could just stop out instantly. You said, are 2-week outputs for 646 a good idea here? It definitely is, honestly. The only thing you have to look out for is the fact that we might run up to the 650s. So, in terms of what's the best level to buy a put a couple weeks out, it would honestly be around 651. That's where you could start buying the puts. That's actually what I'm waiting for right now. So we're not going to buy any far out puts until you at least hit the next structure point where we know there could be like a little short-term retracement to the downside, and then we'll just play the puts from there. Okay, so we got all this planned. Everything's prepared. The next thing I want us to do here is let's start looking at the puts that we're going to play once the market runs up a little bit higher. Also, I might grab some food here, so I might leave you guys in the dark, make you guys suffer for a second here. We got to do it once in a while. I want to see what type of contracts you guys buy. I want to see what type of contracts you guys sell out of. I'll give you 30 minutes just so I could eat. And then by the time I'm back, we'll review all the results and see what everybody did during that moment. I'm not going to do that for FOMC yet, but pretty soon, going into the future, there will be a time where I make you guys trade FOMC without me because I want to see how you guys do. That's really the true litmus test for you to be able to actually become your own independent trader, is me doing stuff like that. Because sometimes, you know, some people, they just always want to hang on to something and they don't want to go past that and go, you know, like go to the next level. It's kind of like, imagine if you have a certain business or a company, right? And your business partner, he's really good with doing this one thing. So good that he's like, you know, absolutely destroying that one concept or topic, or you might want to keep that person there because he's a good worker, right? You want to keep him caged. You want to keep him contained. So he's helping you. Well, that's for some reason why, you know, how most people think. I don't know why. I don't think like that, honestly. I don't like people that think like that. If you do, it's fine. You just got to change it. But that's not how I'm trying to be. In terms of me, I would tell that person, you should just go off and do your own thing and start to establish your own name that's not tied to me. You understand? Because that's just how, you know, everybody is. That's all they want. They want their own bit of success. And you can't contain success. You got to let it blossom. You got to let it, you know, kind of see the outside air, see the outside sun. So make sure you all understand that as well. There will be a time where, you know, you will have to make that leap of faith and you're not going to have me, you know, behind you, guiding you, helping you. Not going to be anytime soon, of course. I truly want to do this to the day I die. But, yeah. Just recognize that. Nah, yeah, it's fine. So if you always sell your contracts too early, you got to start writing it down. Remember, if you don't write that down ever, it's never going to change. I can guarantee that. If you write it down, though, it will actually start to change very quickly. So, like, for the people who are, let's just say they're on the Discord, if you ever have the consistent, like a consistent same loss, and Vikash, this is not to point you out at all whatsoever. Your trades this week have been absolutely in the sky. But just as a reminder, when we talked about the future stuff, you said you had another account that I didn't know about, that you had, you know, took it from 500, 600 straight to 5,000. That's more of, you know, things that you should be talking about out loud. The more you could be just blunt with it and show the world your mistake, the quicker your actual progression occurs. Because now it's kind of like you told the world that mistake. Now you can't hide behind it no more, or that excuse. Sometimes people do that. Not saying that's what you're doing, but sometimes, like, you're the causation of you not growing further, and it's because you just don't want to, be blunt. Same thing with anybody else having a problem with this market, such as the person who was just talking about selling out early on YouTube. If that's a consistent problem you have, just recognize that's a problem that a lot of people have. It's the same problem, right? Now, if it's the same problem a lot of people have, how do you go about fixing it? You see now, you had to meticulously point it out and come up with a plan that's truly going to be able to work. And in our scenario, in our case, if selling out is a problem you have, just recognize that's a good problem. That's a start to an awesome career in terms of trading. A really awesome career. The only thing is, you got to start dotting and plotting every single aspect that you don't understand and you can't kind of fathom. So, again, with buying and selling, to quickly answer that, how does one actually buy and sell properly? I could tell you right now. Ready for this? The weekly boxes that I've taught you. That's all you need. The same weekly boxes that I've been showing you guys for over a month now, 2 months. That's all you need. That right there is going to give you perfect 0-day and weekly trades. You do it on the monthly. Now you have perfect yearly trades, perfect monthly trades. You do it on the all-time. And now you know what the SPY is going to do for the next 10 years to 50 years. And that's pretty much it. Just this one style is good enough to change your life. Everything else is going to be kind of like the little extra stuff. It's just a little present from me to you. That's what the other stuff is, pretty much. But it's hard to learn the other stuff. It's very difficult. Very structured. So make sure every single person here is taking notes. Make sure you're actually pointing out your mistakes and your losses. And every single time you join up my YouTube live stream, of course, the more I see you join in, the one thing that I'm going to now require you to do is take notes. Especially if I see your name pop up inside the YouTube chat, because obviously I could see your name even if you're not typing. I could see every single participant. So if you're being quiet, I'm just letting you know, and you're watching me for a couple days, I'm going to point it out because I want you to make sure you're not letting off on the gas or interrupting your own success. I got to know everybody in the community because that's the only right way to build a proper community, you know? Everything has to be right and perfect. So, we're going to take this account to $1,000 very shortly here. We're just waiting to sell out of this trade. And then we're going to see if we're going to hop into a quick little put play at 648. If not, I'm thinking we're just going to wait for number 4 on the reversal points, which is all the way up here at 650. So you can run all the way up to 650, everybody. At that point, our option is going to go from $40, so around 100 and... Let me see. Let me actually check. Oh, hold on, I'm yawning. This option is going to go to $230. So again, if you hit 650 here, this option that we bought for 40 is going to be sold for 250, 240. All right, everybody. I'm going to be right back. It looks like the market is about to get spicy here. Watch out for the downside. Watch that green line. Below the green line, yes, you could play puts going right back down to the pink line, in case anybody is wondering. Below this green line, you can, in fact, play puts for this to fall back to the red. But in all honesty, just due to where the market has been moving, or what the market has been doing while it's moving up all day, I would say always play to the halfway point. So have a box from the bottom of the day to the top of the day, and keep bringing it up with the price action every time you go higher. And wherever you stop at, that's where the market could fall. So if you have puts right now, the strike price should only be for 646 or 647. That's the only strike price you should have right now, logically. Anything else that's below 646, 647, you want to just get something really cheap and just hold it for the potential drop out the sky. Kind of like, you know how we have a 636 put all the way down there? It's the same reason, right? So we already have something that's planned and meticulously placed on the charts. So now we just got to wait here. All right. So we got the downside planned. You guys know how to go about playing the downside. You guys know why I'm still holding downside. And at the same time, you guys also are aware that I'm holding upside. Because I'm trying to make that downside stuff for tomorrow free. It sounds crazy, but this is what I would say is the highest level of trading. Is being able to have a play that you know is going to work out in a couple days. But then in the short term, you're playing something against it. So while the trends are not falling out the sky, and they're not doing what you think is going to happen on the 5-day, on the 1 day, you're just completely, chopping it up perfectly. So it's like you're always making your money back every single time. So regardless of any play that goes negative, Tesla, Nvidia, the reason why we never trip over those plays, we want to highlight them, yes, of course. Like any single loss that I've ever had, whenever I'm having one-on-ones, I instantly tell that person who just joined the Discord every single loss that we've ever had since we started teaching. So I literally go over everything with them. And in all honesty, in terms of the most losses we had, like what does that number actually add up to when you do the math? Because a lot of it was teaching moments. However, it doesn't matter. People are not going to see it that way. They're not going to believe that it was teaching moments. They're going to think that it was just gambling because that's what they're doing. So I don't expect anybody to believe, in fact, because most people don't see it the same way I do. Now, in terms of actual account losses, what is that number at? For every single trade that we've had a loss on while we started teaching, that account number total is now at 5,600 in terms of any losses at all. I'm not going to bring up the wins because the wins don't matter. If you want to know though, just understand it's not even close. The amount that we've made with profit compared to the puts, it's not even close. Easily 10 times, if not maybe 50 times. More profit, by the way. But yeah, you still have to highlight the puts. You still have to highlight how much you're down on, because it's only when you do that do you truly fix your mistake and never let that type of play ever happen again where you lose that much money, Like the most money I've ever lost on SPY was actually when I was teaching. That was the most money I ever lost. And it was not because of SPY, it was because of SPX. Because we were trying to play more momentum. And we had a really big play. It was like $1,500, $1,400. And then we threw in another 1,000. Total was like 2,500, I think. And we ended up taking a loss on that. That was that was probably the most recent big loss that I've ever had. So that was probably in, what was that? I think November or October. So yeah. Also, by the way, I gave a couple people the YouTube memberships. I'm about to give 5 more memberships out for free. So again, I'm going to give 5 more memberships to whoever's in the chat. I don't know who is going to give it to, but whoever gets it, there you go. Make sure you use these memberships wisely. We got Steph, Jay. Oh, Jay used to be on the Discord. What's good, Jay? If I'm correct. If not, that might be a different Jay. Yeah, damn, we have so much people in the background, dude. I don't want you guys to be shy or anything like that. If you guys ever have a question or a comment, yeah, because I'm not even too sure who these individuals are. I've never seen you guys before. But yeah, always ask questions. We want this to be a bustling community. Not because we're trying to force it to be, but because we're kind of good at trading. Kind of good. So I think more people should see this. I think more people should join. I think we should have more noise, right? Make it get real loud in here. Not real loud in terms of the amount of people, but you know what I mean? Like text messages, everybody planning trades, everybody thinking about this idea. We got some big players inside the Discord who might start predicting crazy market like movement. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. What's going on? There we go. That's the energy that I need. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning over there. How are you ladies and gentlemen doing on the YouTube? On the Discord, I think everybody's taking a little break here. I was supposed to take a little break, but I'm still talking, as you could tell. I'll be giving out more memberships, of course, for free. You don't even have to worry about it. Not right now, though. So far, we gave out 10 memberships. So if, we just have a couple more people join, then I'll do it again. Alrighty, everybody. You know, it's crazy. I need to fix that. I need to delete most of those memberships on YouTube. I have some YouTube memberships that I need to delete, and I don't think it's helping out in any way, because I don't know how to connect the YouTube memberships to Discord. I don't think you could do that right now. They don't really allow you to do that. The market looks like it's about to start running towards the second reversal point very quickly. Be prepared to sell, everybody. Have your finger on the sell button. Pavon, why don't you message me on Discord? Because I believe I had you messaging me last year. I just want to double check something before I say something out loud. I don't like to speak from an area where I have no idea what I'm talking about. So I just want to confirm with you privately. But just message me on Discord if you can. Whenever you get a chance. If you can't message me on Discord because we're not friends or we don't share a server, just go to the Patreon and you can go into the free chat, and I'll grab your Discord from there. You said, "Hey Silo, it's why would you say it's homeless?" Oh my God, you don't gotta call yourself out like that. You don't have to say it like that. I feel like that's putting yourself down. I don't want you to put yourself down, even if you're homeless. It's all right. Things happen. But now that I know who you are, I remember, of course. You got it. I'll remember your name now. Two comma trader, where you want to be and not where you're at right now. I love that. That sounds awesome, honestly. That sounds awesome. The new name. So yeah, let's do it. We got to rock and roll now, everybody. I thought that was a fly on my hand. I'm about to say, how what in the world? By the way, I had some of you server muted because sometimes when you're using your phones, it unmutes in chat. Hoover, just in case. I'm gonna unmute you guys on the server just in case you guys want to talk.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. It's not your fault. It's sometimes you go outside, you have a Bluetooth connect to your phone, you're listening to music. But I want you to be able to talk just in case you have a question or something. I don't want to have you on a muzzle. The YouTube membership I want everything to have its own purpose and meaning. So for YouTube, the only reason why I have memberships here is because I wanted to have a different way that people could join the Discord. But since I have no idea how to connect YouTube to the Discord, I had to do everything personally. So let me give you an idea, right? Let's say if we have 1,000 people that want to join and want to be taught by me, if they just rush the YouTube memberships, and let's just say 1,000 people, pay $200 that same day. Obviously, we all know that's a lot of money, of course, but it's not the money that matters. What matters is when they do pay for that, how am I going to be able to put these people in the server by hand? What if some people, their charges get, whatever, like a chargeback, basically. Like it goes back to their card. It doesn't charge them that day. Then you have to remove that person's member. I don't want to do all that by hand. I really do not. I'd rather Patreon just deal with all that. They take a lot out of the fees, yes, but at the end of the day, it's fine. It's whatever. As long as it makes it a lot easier for me to kind of swiftly be able to teach a bunch of people. Because that's the goal right now, is teach the most amount of people that I can before I pass. I think we could hit 1 million. But if we have a bunch of teachers here, I think we could probably hit like 10 million. We might even imagine we teach 1 billion people. That would be like the true testament of like the greatest teacher. Teaching like 1 billion, that would be crazy. We're definitely gonna have to learn other languages and stuff like that as well. So that's when it's gonna start getting a little bit more chaotic. Like for instance, we had somebody to join the Discord from Singapore. So it would be awesome. Imagine if we just start all learning that language, and everybody's language we learn it one by one. I'm not too sure if you understand how useful that is and how powerful that is, but it changes everything. You only being able to speak English makes you cater to a certain part of the world where people have no idea what you're saying, and you have no idea what they're saying. Once you unlock that and you have multiple languages, it's like you become a whole power piece, you know? Very, very powerful to do business anywhere, to speak to anybody, to have like real, true enjoyment, I would say. So I think that's the next plan. You said, hell yeah, you haven't had any money to trade, but you've been here. Listen, you being here and you seeing how I'm trading and how I'm teaching them, because the same way I teach a person privately, obviously there's more information privately. There's more. What is there more of, I would say? It's just more information because I have the time to speak to somebody and I have their attention, but it's not just more time, honestly. It's like there's this really weird thing that's created when you have two people that are bouncing ideas back and forth with one another. Because when I look at people and I talk to people, I never speak to them in a way where it's just like I'm looking down upon them. And I know people could feel that when I'm talking to them. It's one of the reasons why people like talking to me. And no, yeah, I never really put them down, honestly. So I feel like maybe that's another reason. Me consistently putting somebody on a pedestal, not in a way where it hurts them or where there's lying or there's, you know what I mean, to fabricate something. It's more so me putting that person on a pedestal and trying to make them succeed as much as possible. Because again, like I never had somebody do that for me. So being the change that was not there for me allows there to be true change now, you know, is how I see it. Exactly. Yes. There you go. That's what I was trying to say, Louis, is more catered to the individual, because everybody learns a little differently. And as I start learning about whoever I'm speaking to and how they learn and how they trade, I can kind of format something that's more personal for them. That's also the reason why I had everybody create their own Discord. So once somebody joins my Discord, of course, they always create their own Discord. I still have a bunch of people that I need to create their Discords for. Like I got to create one for Vikash, for Mikey. Sherman, we're good. Prime, you're good. Mansa, I think I got to look it over. I got to make sure you joined it. Hoover, you got to fix up your Discord. I've been fixing it up a lot. AC, I got to make you yours and fix it up. And then Culinary, we already made yours. So AC, I had to work on yours next, mainly. But once you guys have your own Discords, you just got to fill it up with all the information now. As long as you can get that information to a certain point, I'm fine if you just want to leave and you don't want to pay for my Discord no more. That's perfectly fine with me. I just want you to make sure that you're good before you leave. So this is like, you know, another way that I could kind of give you a little litmus test. Like I said, I think it's possible, you know. I think it's very, very possible for you to turn into a millionaire just due to you trading with $20. It's very possible. You just got to take your time, you know. Take your time, be patient, don't rush the process. Get lost in the journey, in fact. That's what I started doing recently. And it's actually quite fun. Don't think about nothing no more, just get lost in the journey, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think about, you know, what's the last goal that you're trying to hit with, you know, of course, have goals and stuff in mind so that you're not just doing this forever. That's one of the reasons why people do or have like minimum wage jobs their whole life, is because they always want to make that leap of faith. But whether or not they smoke, they drink, whether or not they do certain things that waste that money, it kind of locks them in and makes them trapped. And then after a certain while of them wanting to fight and wanting to get out that race and wanting to actually do something for themselves, like they try so hard to do it, but everything keeps bringing them back to that life. You know what I mean? So in order for you to truly break out of that, what I realized was you got to have extreme intensity. Like, you got to literally have extreme intensity, because then you're just going to go back to your normal ways. Like, you got to really, really want it. Then you're definitely going to stop spending money on other stuff and save your money and make it happen. But in terms of being homeless, it's just like, it's a lot harder, you know? The whole entire world is going to really feel like it's against you. So I would say just take it easy. Just take it real easy. Just don't stress it. It's gonna work out. I can truthfully tell you from the bottom of my heart, the way I operate and the way I move in terms of wanting to help people, it's going to happen. It's going to work. You're no longer going to have to deal with those problems. But for now, in the short term, even if you know that you're not going to have to deal with this stuff much longer, it's just like, just be careful. Just be very careful. Ladies and gentlemen, this option for SPY is strangling us. We've been up 60% the whole entire day. 60, 70%. And now you're about to hit number 2 on the reversal points. You're just killing value pretty much all day. So eventually you will start falling out the sky here. I just want to see. So you made a new high after you touched the golden pocket, right? Meaning, if you get below this white line right now, after you made a new high after touching the EMAs, you're now most likely going to fall to the halfway point, which is going to be by the 200 moving average. So again, everybody, if you fall down here, you're just going to go straight down to the 200 moving average. It could happen, potentially. We're just going to give it a second. We're going to let it happen, and then we're going to see how we're going to play against the calls that we had from down here. We might average down if you fall. I kind of want to sell these at like 140%, 180%. In terms of our goal for capital, we might not be able to sell it at 250 no more. We might have to only sell it at 150 now, which is not bad. It's not, you know, it's not a terrible change in terms of what we want, but yeah, because the market's taken too long to do this, we might just have to cover ourselves here. Oh, you have to. I could tell. That's the one thing you're really going to start to develop while having to deal with that situation. Is definitely fortitude. 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's all I look for in people, is the ability of having fortitude and wanting to actually be great. Because then it's just like, I know that if I help them out in this way, which, am I getting paid for it? Yes, to a certain extent. Yes, I am. So I'm getting rewarded from helping them. Yes, completely. Not to get religious, but did God need money to change the world? And the answer is no. I am not God, though, right? So I can't compare myself to that. However, what I will say is, as long as I can make it something realistic in terms of a price, and I'm not taking advantage of others, I'm not trying to one-up others, I'm being truthful and transparent, at the end of the day, that's all you got to do. And keep it pushing, keep it moving. People are always going to have something to say. So as long as we're moving correct here, as long as you understand that everything is right, and the prices for all the subscriptions are at a certain level for a reason, you could watch for free on the YouTube. Then when it's time to join, you know how to, go through that process. We talked about it already. We don't got to talk about it again today. But yeah, that's pretty much all. But yes, am I getting rewarded really for what I've learned and what I've done? The answer is no. My reward is not in a dollar amount, even if I'm getting $200 a month from a person. This stuff is worth millions, obviously. I will never get what I'm worth for this. But that's the thing, is I can never expect that. I can never think that. That's why I don't think about that in terms of me getting paid. In the beginning I did, and me hearing some individuals and how they, they run their business and stuff like that. They gave me, ideas as to how I should, position everything and how I should actually ethically put stuff for prices. But people are not the same people. People are not me. They're dumb. I'm me. I can't compare. And the way I want to, what's called, go about doing stuff is to have it at a system where it's free, then paying, and then basically free again. because obviously you're going to have your own businesses and stuff like that. So you're not going to pay after that. But yeah, like I said, save your money, save your capital, spend it on nothing but what's going to take you on that next level. That's how you really change your life quickly. You just got to like solely focus your energy and your whole entire being on one thing that changed, and it will happen. The universe answers to, people who want things. So always make sure that, yeah, you want it. You want it more than any person. That's why sometimes I stay up, so long doing the charting, is because if you give my same ability to any kid that's in a third world country, he will steamroll me. He or she they will absolutely wipe the floor with me. And why do I know that? It's because of their hard life. I never had a crazy hard life like some of these kids in these third world countries. So because of that, I need to think about that and remember that. Whenever I'm about to give up, I just need to think about that. If my ability was given to anybody else in this, in a different environment, and they went through more stuff, they're gonna, become like a trading god, practically. So what's the reason for me to slow down here? If I truly think I got it to become the best, there's no slowing down. It's just getting faster and faster and faster. And that's how I think, honestly. There's a lot of reasons as to why my motivation never dies with this. It does sometimes. Like that one time I kicked everybody out. It did die. It died completely. I had no motivation to do any of this stuff. But when we actually started fixing everything with the classes, obviously everything just came back, like tenfold, 100-fold, and even better. Way more sharper, way quicker, way faster. So as long as we can continuously do that, even if we have some downs, I think theoretically we all should be able to level up together here, Now, in terms of this SPY contract, you know what I'm about to say right now, and that is true. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to get some food. I'll be back shortly here, everybody. Take your time. Don't do nothing too crazy. If you're going to play puts, very cheap. Structure points, which is reversal points. So once you fall below number 1.5 or you hit number 2 and 3, if you're going to get a 5-day or a 10-day put, you only could buy them at reversal point number 4. So make sure you wait for that. And that's all, everybody. Give me about 30 minutes and I'll be right back, all right? And then we'll have a few more trades for the end of the day, just to make it a little bit more spicy. You gotta make it have, just some type of crazy, chaotic, just bit of something so that we can learn from it. If the trades keep going our way like how they did yesterday, or how they did on Tuesday, or how they're going our way today, if they keep going our way, we technically have no reason to get better, technically. So we have to force some harder trades so that we all get better as a group here. That's the goal. So the next trade we get into today is going to be a harder trade. It might be a random trade that I tell you to get into at a random location. So be prepared for that. Make sure every single one of you hear me loud and clear. Do not put a lot of money into this next trade, please. We're going to try to see if we can create, again, a situation and make ourselves work for it. We have to find our way out this option. Whether it's averaging down, whether it's a structure point, we got to solve it all in that moment. Because this is the only way that you're going to be able to create a crazy group of traders that literally handle any market. Is you literally force them to actually stress test themselves. Because then when a stressful time comes, they're going to absolutely, do their thing. And that's all that matters. Because we all could do that. Let's be honest here. If you stress test yourselves, it makes you feel alive, It makes you feel really alive. It really does give you way more meaning when you're stressing yourselves out, working, helping people, trading. It ends up being just more meaningful. Fishing, right? Right, John? It's kind of funny. I started thinking about it, and I'm just like, fishermen will be really good traders just because of their patience. Of course, finances is a little bit different than just having normal patience, I guess, but I feel like fishermen would be really good with trading. So what I was trying to do recently was break down all different types of sectors and like jobs and stuff like that, where people are, you know, obviously not making a crazy killing, and try to see if I can help them out. And I was thinking about what would be a real streamlined process of helping people. Like, what types of people would be able to actually grow really easily. And no, yeah, fisherman is definitely one of the people. I would say, who else? What other types of professions that I've noticed? Engineers. I've noticed a lot of engineers. A lot of engineers are really good with the market. Dr. Danny? He's somewhere. Danny's not here right now, but like Dr. Danny. We had an electrical engineer. We had, I forgot what Danny's position was exactly. Not to put his information out there, of course, but he dealt with something in space, like something for rockets. So Danny was doing rockets. We had another person for electrical. We had, who else did we had that was in engineering? I think we had somebody else that was doing something with like some type of water engineering, something with that. I don't know if it was like, I don't know if it was underwater, like that might have been, never mind, that might have been welding that he was doing. Yeah, I still had to create the list. So we're gonna create the list. We're gonna go through it, and we'll find out what jobs are the most fluid with the stock market. I doubt it's gonna be anybody inside of. By the way, this is just so you can understand. If people are doing math every day, like let's just say a school teacher, with the way you learn in terms of being a school teacher, the way the system is built, those people are not going to actually be good traders. You can theoretically have somebody inside of math that's a good trader. Maybe you have a couple more, I guess, like opportunities for those people to be really good at it. But what I found is that it tends to be the jobs and professions that have nothing to do with numbers, which are the yin and yang for learning something. So, like, for example, like, how the hell did I get so good with this market? Well, the yin to the yang here was patterns, for me at least. Like, that's all it was. That was the yin to the yang. If you're trying to learn how to be an engineer, yes, you can go through school, you can go through all this stuff, but let's just say you're trying to be the world's best engineer, you would not be able to actually learn that level through engineering. In theory, you would not be able to, because if you read books about people who are engineers, they're going to basically put their mind into your mind, and you are now thinking like them. You know, you're not thinking unbiasedly. Most people can, of course, write down unbiased text. I'm not saying there's not. You know, I'm not trying to highlight the 99 for the 100%. But in case you want it to be really good in a certain subject, do not look at stuff in that subject. Meaning, if you're trying to get good with the stock market, do not read books that have to deal with the stock market. At least not yet. Not in the beginning. Do not watch nothing that has to deal with the stock market at all. They're all going to give you their own perception, their own perspective, and it's going to hinder your beginning growth. As long as you could get away from everything and not read nothing, you can have, you know, your kind of initial start of growth occur. And that's what's going to be, you know, really detrimental for your next couple of years, the start. Because if you can have a really good start, it's going to carry you along those other years. Take, for example, me. If I never made $100,000 my first month trading options ever, I don't think I would have ever done options trading again. It was because of how much money I made that first month, which changed the rest of my life till now. Only because of that. So it's kind of crazy. Things change very quickly. Exactly. Because handouts hurt people. You know, you give a person a handout, that's just going to hurt them. You don't want handouts. No handouts at all. Truly, the best way to go about doing stuff is to make that person suffer. Always. 100%. That's why I was just giving too much handouts last year, and I started noticing I was impeding a person's success, which is why I had to kick everybody out. It was literally me causing them to get stuck and not be able to become profitable because I wasn't enforcing certain things such as withdrawals. The fuck is your problem? Why are you... You can't touch the food. I don't want to hit her. I don't like hitting animals. But the cat keeps trying to eat the food. I'm just like, all right, bro, get away. So I started trading with around $1,500 to $1,000, you could say. Like around like $900 was my first trade, but I had $3,000 in my account. So I had a good amount of money to, you know, to kind of cover me. I was making about $1,000 a week from Uber Eats. So I put around $3,000 into the market. We turned the $3,000 into 100K, and it was really slow. That's the thing that sucks. All right, now I'm gonna flick you. Now go over there. So it was actually really bad. You guys may think that sounds good, but I promise you it was really bad. Trust me, it was not good. When I made 100K, it was really bad. I was struggling. I made 100K with the skin on my teeth, you know? It was very stressful. Most of those times I was going negative, but then the next day I would just keep averaging down at the right time and keep getting out for like 20%, 50%. And then I started, it was kind of funny because when I started trading in the beginning, it was more proper. I had 3K and I only used 900. When I got to 20,000, I was using like 20,000 at a time. So it was really stupid. Like I literally only made 17% per day. If you do the math, because I had no losses besides one SPY loss, everything else was basically profitable. I only lost $60 when I made 100,000. Actually, no, I might have lost like 140, which is crazy. Isn't that crazy? When I made 100K the first time, I was so in the zone. I wasn't listening to nobody, nothing, no news, no videos I was watching. I wasn't going outside. I just stood inside, and I was basically working like a mad scientist. And I was still making mistakes. But the thing is that I really wanted to keep growing. I really wanted to keep going. And I guess I just was able to hang on. And then once I stopped wanting it as much, that's when I lost it all. And the reason I stopped wanting it as much is because when I hit 100K, I threw it into long-term options. Basically, that's how I lost it all, by the way. I threw it all into options 3 months out because I was trying to help friends, and it ended up screwing me over. Like the whole market pretty much fell out the sky, and all my money was in it. So I couldn't average down, which was another stupid mistake. I didn't learn my lesson. So I had to lose it all. Pretty much. But it's a good thing. I'm happy my life wasn't that easy. I'm happy I had to suffer and lose everything and deal with the problems I had. I couldn't be happier. Because if I got much further than I did, I would have probably done something stupid, let's be honest. Probably had a car accident, you know, probably bought a nice car and did this or did that. Anything can happen. And it's like now, of course, anything can still happen now, I guess, yeah, but it's going to be a little bit less likely, I would say, just because of the planning. SPY is absolutely destroying all value here. So yeah, at the end of the day, everybody, going from 3K to 100K looks impressive. We only had 2 losses. They only added up to around $180, like 140, somewhere around there. It was like a $60 SPY loss and another SPY loss that was like 100 and something. We only made 17% per day. That was it. That was literally it. So imagine, now I'm showing you guys that we're making 50% per day, 100% per day. So just imagine how one would be able to turn that same amount of money into something, you know, near the same level. Meaning, if a person had 3K and they trade the same way I trade now, they would turn that 3K into 100K by the end of the week. Within 5 days, they would be at 100K. Which is the amazing part about this. That's what I'm telling you guys. Make sure you do your charting and you have the weekly boxes, monthly boxes, because it's going to show you how you could, you know, triple and double your account very easily. You just got to follow it and learn the style, you know? You said, what is a YouTube membership? So for the YouTube member, did I explain that? My fault. I didn't explain it earlier. I forgot to explain it. So for the YouTube memberships, it was going to be to allow people to join the Discord as well from like another avenue. But for now, I'm going to delete all the YouTube memberships. And the only membership that I'm going to have is going to be like a $1 to $2 membership, which is going to be just for like long-term posts, you could say. So it would be like me posting every 6 months, me posting every year, pretty much. Because like the stuff that I look at, you don't charge people for that, you know? You do actually, you're supposed to charge people for this, but that's not the right way to go about doing stuff. If your reason for doing something is to make money, there needs to be a deeper meaning. You can't just do something just to make money. So if I have it at $1, at least I'm giving, you know, people priceless information for the next 6 months, 8 months, so that they could prepare or just be ready. So that's probably what I'm going to do with the memberships. Maybe make it $1. If you guys tell me to make it higher, I will make it higher. If you guys tell me to do so. But for now, I'm just going to have it at like the cheapest price. I think actually, I don't think I could have it at $1. I think it has to be like $2. But what other reason would I have a YouTube membership? Let's be honest here. I think that's it. That's pretty much the only reason. I don't need it for any other reason. Any other reason is just to make money, and that's not the intention here. So that's why, again, I'm going to delete that. Probably today. I haven't updated it in probably like 6 months or something like that. 7 months. So yeah. Do not sign up for that stuff, by the way. Do not pay for a single YouTube membership. I got to fix it. I got to work it out and see if I want to fix anything. You said you're at $850 right now, but you got morning classes, so you try to tune in before and then after these classes. There you go. That's all you got to do. But remember, what's going to help you here is not you tuning in. It's going to be you copying the trading style. So that while you're in these classes or while you're not watching me live, you can kind of theoretically plan everything before it happens. Just like how we knew the upside was going to happen. Just like how you're running perfectly to 648. Kind of like how we talked about when you were down here when we bought the calls. It's like all very intentional, you know. But no, I really do appreciate you showing up, even, you know, while you're doing all that stuff. Listen, when I was in school, I was lazy as hell. Especially because I was working. I was very lazy. I was not going to change my life at all. If it wasn't for me getting fired from my Starbucks job to start doing Uber, I probably would have been working at a Starbucks right now still. If I'm being honest. I mean, then again, probably not. Who knows? Let me not say that. But yeah, you always got to make those changes, everybody. All right, give me 1 second. Let me eat my food. I haven't ate it yet. I keep talking. We're waiting for SPY here, by the way. You could flash crash out the sky at any moment. You're now below the wedge that you created this morning. So we'll see what happens here. I'm thinking you're still going to run up to at least 650, 649. And then we're going to buy some puts up here once you hit the top. That's the game plan, everybody. Puts at the top. All right, I'll be right back. By the way, if you need me, call me. This is the perfect time to have one-on-ones or to call me. All right, everybody, you can move up your stop losses right here. We're up 80%. You have reversal point number 2. Go, 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 go. We're at 85%. We're off to the races, everybody. We're off to the races. All right, everybody. Loud and clear. I am selling my contract right here at 80%. Just so I can finish my food and I don't have to worry about this. I'm not trying to talk right now. I just want to finish this real quick. And then we'll start worrying about the next option. Loud and clear, everybody. Loud and clear. The reason why I'm doing that is because it's at 2:30 on the dot. A trend could change. A trend could switch. Something crazy can happen right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just wait on the background, let it kill value, and then maybe hop back into another call here once it goes down a little bit. You know what, everybody? Let's do something real fun here. Let's play some puts here. Let's buy some 647 puts. This thing is so close, it's not even funny. So again, I'm just going to buy one of them for $10. 647 put. Now it's at $9, so it's $1 cheaper. They filled me at 10. If this market collapses to the 200 moving average, which is where I'm thinking we're going to next, we could definitely see these contracts going up to maybe, let me think. We could sell this for 60. $600%. So that's what we're looking for. 600%. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What's going on with everybody? What we're up to right now?
Just got stopped out a call and I had that expires tomorrow. Up about 30%, so
Excellent.
good. Yes, sir.
So what are you thinking, Mikey?
Yeah, I was sticking to my rules, focused on same thing I write in my notes. Get out 20 to 30%, get out regardless of what happened until I start being profitable, taking small gains.
There we go.
Yeah, and the next thing, waiting for my reversal for it. It doesn't happen today, I just want to get it in and trade it.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
perfect.
so-
Just like that, bro. 100%, just like that.
Yes, sir.
There we go. So we have a few people talking about the puts. She said, so what was the play on the puts? Yeah, so that was the put play. We ended up buying some puts right at, like right here. Like right around here, you could say. At like what was it, like 230? Like 230, 240, like right around the top. And then right now you're just simply 30 cents above the point that we bought puts. So we have a couple people. You said how many puts in days? We only got one put. It's 0 days and it costs $10. Before we got this put, about 20 minutes prior, if you guys want to rewind the video, I specifically told you this trade is going to be harder. I'm going to get you into a harder trade. So if you guys used a lot of capital, just recognize that we gave you a little advisory notice, you could say, right before we got into the trade. Pay attention to everything. Everything is very important. We bought one trade. We bought it at 10. We're going to buy the next one at $5 if we need to average down. Every single time we buy an option, the first thing you do is you think of you losing that money already. So imagine you lost all this money already. Now your brain is thinking about what's the next best play. As long as you can do that every time, you'll be profitable every time. Just look at whatever's the next best play. So for right now, of course the calls are still running up here, just because you're running up higher, but we already knew this. So what we're going to do is wait for number 4 on the reversal points, and then average down for the first time up there, and play the puts, basically going right back down again. Same puts. If not, we might buy a new set of puts, depending on how high it goes up. So we'll just take it step by step. You said your puts are losing. That's all good, everybody. Remember, every single day you trade with me around this time of the day, if you're trading with me, I'm just letting you know, I'm going to start challenging you around this time. 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, do not put a lot of money in the market. It's just going to be harder trades. Because this is what's going to make you better. Just like this trade, we're down on it. How do we get profitable? We'll see what we could do. We'll see how we can make it happen. Just got to dive into the unknown for a little bit. Because remember, we know. We know what's next. We know what number you need to run up to in order to get some slight reversals to the downside. So it's it's not really a hard situation for us to handle, really. We just got to take our time. You can't average down on Mumu too late in the day to buy zero DTE. Oh, you're right. Oh yeah, so we can't average down on this one. There we go, everybody. It makes this play a little bit harder. So this is gonna be kind of fun here. This is gonna be really fun. Let's see how this turns out here in terms of the 9:30 to 3:30 move, you could say. So like 9:30 all the way to 10 o'clock, the volume that's in the market compared to 3 o'clock to 4 p.m. in terms of when the market's about to close. So like 30 minutes before the market closes, 30 minutes after the market opens. That volume tends to be very important. And it could literally make your whole entire day just because of that 30-minute move. So for right now, we're just waiting for 3:30. And then we're going to be waiting for 4 o'clock pretty much for these puts. That's the only goal we have for these right here. That's pretty much it. If we go negative and we lose some money, it's all good. This is all with profit. It's going to be a valuable lesson. Going into tomorrow and going into the next couple of days, we'll see what we could have done better. And then we'll just make sure we do it better next time. So like for example, remember last time on Monday? The only reason why we lost some capital and why we actually had a loss to begin with was because the first trade was too far away for the strike price. The second trade, you already completed the area, so we should have just played for you to bounce up only a tiny bit, not for you to bounce up to that same strike price on Monday, which was 645. We bought 647s. We should have bought the 645s or 644s. So then in the second time that we bought the trade, we ended up buying the 645s. However, because you already completed that trend earlier on in the day, this is what I'm talking about, by the way. We bought calls right here perfectly, but when you ran up, our strike price was too far. So then the second time when we bought, our strike price was basically for right here, but you already did the move. So taking all that information into account, the next day, when we bought our strike price, we bought it for 45, and as you can see, you perfectly hit it. That was on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, we played even closer. And then today, we played even closer. You're already in the money. So, as you could tell, the trades are getting better and better and better throughout the week. Take your time, ladies and gentlemen. This is the funnest thing in the world. Just make sure you're enjoying yourself here. And don't rush a single thing. Take it step by step. You're almost at the location where you could fall out the sky. You're almost there. Just a little bit more to go. I just want to see if it's going to fall before that level. So that's why we bought the puts earlier. And then worst comes to worst, we'll buy some puts on Weeble. If not some overnight puts the second you hit 650. But I don't know if I want to buy overnight puts when I hit 650. I think I want to kind of get some puts tomorrow. Like Friday or Monday. Because we already have enough puts, let's be honest here. We have a put for tomorrow, which is a 1 day. And then we have the puts right now, just in case you fall right now. And then that's pretty much all we have right now. You said your play ain't with profit. So, in terms of just the trades that we got into this morning, were you at work working? I just want to see if you got into any of those two trades. The first two. You was in the meeting? Got it. You only bought one option for 647, right? For the puts? Excellent. Perfect. Excellent. Everybody, make sure you follow along. Everything as I'm doing it here. I just want to show you how to do everything the right way. And that's all. So that's what I'm talking about, Louis. That's perfect. For the Teslas, you put how much capital into it? Got it. So you put a little bit over 100 into the Tesla play? Got it. Let me write this down for our one-on-one. All right, perfect. Louis, have you had any more losses? You had a loss with Tesla, potentially. The same loss that we have as well. Have you had a loss with NVIDIA? Okay, so you didn't trade Nvidia, so you just have a loss just with Tesla, right? That's like the only loss this week. Let me know what other loss, because I know you have the 636, so that's SPY, but like anything besides that. That's it. That's excellent. That's perfect. Excellent. And you said it'll probably bounce off the green line. Let me see what green line you're talking about. Is it the EMA you're referring to? So whenever you say that you think it's possibly going to do something, I want you to attach the reason why. Just so you can see how to categorize your ideas. It'll be much easier to remember it day after day. It's so funny how you held this trend here. Yeah, so you're breaking below that one finally. The first major area. So yeah, it looks like this is going to start cracking down below. And potentially you might have a crash straight down to the 200, which is 646.99. Excellent. I'm looking at the contracts right now. Let me see those Tesla puts. We might be able to buy another one here. Is that $4? That's not bad. Let me see where Tesla's at. So we're choosing the upside. The upper diagonal line. Tempted to Tesla strangle for tomorrow? Yeah, I would wait. I wouldn't get into no Tesla strangles at all. Not at this area. I would just wait for it to show that it wants to, because honestly for Tesla, you still look like you're going to crash. This does not look good at all. You hit the midpoint and you already fell underneath it. Which means tomorrow in the next couple of days, you could be falling out the sky here. So we want to specifically focus on the puts right now. And then when you get above 350, then we can start buying the calls, just like how we thought over here. The only problem is when you ran above it, it was very weak. The price action was absolutely terrible. So whenever I get something like that and I see that, to me it tells me that this is potentially the peak. That's what that looks like to me. It just looks like a peak. Also, Louis, do you have a margin account or is that your cash account? You said no, the upper diagonal line. Let me take a look at it. Let's go to SPY. The upper diagonal line. I'm assuming you're talking about chart number 2, which is this one. Yeah, we're almost there. So just like we told you guys in the morning, if you get above this line, you could possibly get stuck inside of the green range, which is kind of what we wanted to see. However, with how slow you're moving right now, it looks like you're just going to collapse out the sky. Usually whenever you move this slow, there is a good solid drop at the end of the day. And then tomorrow we'll continue to play the downside going down. This is a really good area to buy puts at though. Let me see. Let me look at those puts 1 day out. Cash account. Do you have a margin account with Moomoo or not yet? If you don't have a margin account, you should set it up. And then what I want you to do is only trade with like $5 to $10, maybe $20. And then we'll have you starting that low just so that we can have an account with just pure profit. Because I don't want you to have to worry about the other trades and other ideas. It usually takes a person, you know, a couple months to ignore it for them to kind of get used to it. So as long as we have another account where you're making consistent profit every single time, every single day, whenever you have the opportunity, of course. So at nighttime, what we could start doing is we're going to start planning your trades for like a couple days out. Since you work during the day, Louis, it's better for us to actually see how you could trade before the day even opens. So every single night, whenever you're free, just give me a call And we'll keep doing this for like the next 2 weeks, and you should be good after that. Yeah, so after the market closes at 4 o'clock, you could still sell your contracts for SPY specifically for up to 15 minutes. Well, not really 15 minutes. Like if it's on the 15-minute mark, it closes. So you can technically sell SPY puts up to 414. So for another, we almost have another hour. We have a lot of time, It's just power hour usually makes people anxious because the market's closing. But don't think about it like that. Think about it in a way where it's like, within 20 minutes, you can have a $2 move, Within 5 minutes, you can have a $2 move. So anything can happen in an hour. I think we got a proper position. It's very small, very cheap. It's just using profit. So at that point, it's perfect. It's a perfect option to test. Now, if you don't have profit, what's going to potentially happen with this option is that you're going to have to sell it for its worth, for worthless, for zero, whatever, for zero. That's what I was trying to say. But you get what I was trying to say as well. It's going to be worthless. The strike price that we currently have is a 647, which is one strikeout, ladies and gentlemen. One strikeout. Which means if you're buying a put and you bought something that was further, I want you to write it down that was a mistake. Tomorrow, every single time, and any other day afterwards, you could say, any single time you see me buy an option, always buy an option closer. That's always the smartest thing to do. Even if I'm telling you that we're going to enter into an option for fun, for a test, which was exactly what this option was. It was a test. A test to see who's paying attention. Because if people are putting too much money into the option, guess what's going to happen to their account? Gone. Do you think that's right? Yes. Why? Because you need to follow the rules. You need to follow what we're doing. I'm not just going to keep giving you money, No, but no universal thing does that. Nothing in the world is just going to give you and give you and give you without trying to test you. There has to be test. That's the only way that it feels right. So recognize that. Always be safer, especially when you're trading with me towards the end of the day, because we usually make a ton of profit by that point. It's just all for fun, all for testing. And we told you earlier today that we were going to do it, so we gave you a heads up. I don't normally do that, by the way. The only reason why I did that is because we have a lot of new people here. And I don't want you to think that we're just screwing you over, but we got to make you learn. And this is the way to make everybody learn at the same time, even if they don't want to learn, even if they want to force the money and they just want to get rich quick. You're going to have to burn a little bit. At least with me, you are. That's what makes it fun, everybody. That's what makes it have meaning. Come on now. That's what truly makes it have meaning. Alrighty, everybody. So we're just going to wait for this play. We're going to see if we go into profit. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, that's all right. We're just going to play the puts tomorrow. Fingers crossed this market doesn't fall out of the sky. I might average down on the puts we have for tomorrow because they're really cheap. But I kind of want to see if you're just going to go up a little bit more. Because if you could run up to 650, we could potentially average down once. You said for funsies? I don't know about that. No, but yeah, y'all know what I mean. You definitely know what I mean. You know my intention. You know why I'm doing that. That's just the way it has to be, In terms of everybody here being prepared themselves, remember, I already showed you how to create the charts. All you got to do is actually look at the 116th point, which we're above right now. Look at the 1/8 point on the weekly, which we're about to hit right now. And that's what we're looking for in order for us to play a really good expensive put, is we're looking for at least the 1/8 point. Since that hasn't happened yet, we bought a put right here for just $10. Just for us to fall right back down to here, which is going to make us go in the money, so it's perfect. Now, if you keep running up higher, we'll just wait for you to get above the 1/8, and then we'll play calls to 653 tomorrow. That's the goal for tomorrow. Okay? Sounds like a plan? Let's do it. Mumu, we're still waiting for this thing to crash. We went up 400% so far on that first play. So we just have to wait around and see here. Let me see something. Can I get into a new Euro trade? Euro. Come on. Give me a trade. Yeah, look at this. So again, we sold our long up here. We sold it at the perfect time, everybody. We bought it down here. Right? It went against us at first in terms of the trend. We didn't average down, and then you ran right back up. We sold it for a profit. Now it looks like you might be falling right back down again. If we hide everything, just look at the flow. It definitely looks like you're tilting down here, you know? So you might be falling down here next, which means we could be getting a bigger crash on the whole entire European market. Remember, look at how much the European market ran up into the sky, and you tell me if this is in a normal location. And the first answer is definitely going to be absolutely no, everybody. So you have to recognize the reason why I'm looking at the European market so much is just due to the fact that so much money. Do you guys understand how much money was diverted inside of this to make it go up this much? It gets traded $7 trillion in terms of how much capital. The European market itself is about $1 trillion. Maybe it probably adds up to like 2 or 3 trillion, which is about 2 or 3 times the normal flow of options per day. Now, why is this important? It's important because if something is 2 or 3 times the size of options, runs up like this, that is a stupid amount of money. That's at least, 20 trillion, $30 trillion that got sent into the European market. And if that's the case, what I'm looking for personally, when this thing has been going down, just wait. Wait until I give you the bigger picture. You guys tell me, what type of trend is this in? Is this a downtrend or an uptrend? It's a downtrend, right? It's a clear downtrend. Ever since 2008, ladies and gentlemen, you've been going straight down. When we fell down to this low over here in 2022, and then in January, I told everybody, if it holds here, you're possibly going to start breaking out now. So now it might be turning and changing directions. So as you can tell, look at what my chart says. This kind of pinpoints every single change that we could have. And if you look at the price action, you're clearly holding above where you needed to break out. So you could definitely still fall down and hold somewhere here. 1,000,000% is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you're going to hold somewhere here. And then after that, we're going to go right back up and possibly start breaking out. Which, you know what that means for the SPY, right? If the European market starts finally breaking out from it falling down ever since 2008, what's going to happen with the SPY is we're probably going to start changing directions for a long time. The SPY might be crashing for like a year or two. Take, for example, in 2021, when the market crashed out the sky, you crashed basically right around here. So the SPY started crashing right here, and the European market went with the SPY. So this is one of the things that I'm looking at to try to see if the market, which is the European market, I want to see if it's going to start going with SPY when it crashes, or I want to see if it's going to go against it. Because now, this could literally change for the next 20 years, you know? This could be one of our greatest investments ever. So, yeah, it looks like this is starting to change, everybody. It honestly does. Now, do I think it's going to change? No. Honestly, no. I don't. When you look at something like this that's been so consistent, the first thought you have cannot be, oh, it's going to change. It's a probability that it's going to change. What's been happening, though, in terms of consistent patterns, it's you basically getting sold off every single time you hit near this area here. So, yeah, that's all I want to see happen here, everybody. I want to see us fall down. We already kind of hit that line and held on it, but I do want to see you hold on it again, because the European market's going to be very important. You guys want to see something crazy? Let me show you guys something crazy. This is the last time I told everybody to buy the Japanese currency. Let me show you how much we made off of that. You won't believe it. Just wait. Give me, where is it? I think it's right here. Was this it? I think this was it. Let me see. I have it marked up somewhere. Euro. Okay, yeah, everybody look at this. The last time I told everybody to buy this company was right here. And I still have not said to sell it yet. I think this is going to be breaking out into a new high, honestly. So if you guys have this long right now, you know how much money you would make? Let's say down here at this alert, you only put in $100. Because you went up because you went up 1,800 pips. 1,800 pips is how much money this last trade that I sent everybody made. If you put $100 into that, correct me if I'm wrong, if you've done Forex and you know how much you could have made with this. I might be a little wrong here. In fact, let's just ask ChatGPT before I actually say something wrong. Let's go here. Off of a trade from Euro US Off of a trade from Euro JPY, if we made 1,500 pips off of a $100 trade, how much money would have one made? So if I told them to use $100, how much would have they made with 1,500 pips? Okay, so if you use $100 and you got 1,500 pips, you would have turned it into 13,755. Now, do I think anybody on my Discord got this trade? And the answer is no. Not a single person bought it. But it's all good. It happens. That happens. I can't get mad about that. I used to before. I used to get really mad about that. But it happens. It's all good, you know. You can't get mad about stuff like that. Especially when you guys become teachers. Trust me. You're going to have 100 plays. 99 are going to be amazing plays. You're going to have one bad play. But that one bad play, the universe is going to make 99% of the people get into that trade because they're not doing what they're supposed to. So the universe is basically controlling and burning these individuals in the background. Such as, there was this one time where Mikey, he would get into the trades at the end of the day. And I know Mikey's fine with me talking about this. That's why I'm talking about this. But he would be working throughout the beginning of the day. And he would get into the trades during the end of the day when I would be testing people. And he would always have losses. So I started noticing that I guess he wouldn't hear me, or it would be because he's trying to actually, you know, just trade and, you know, stuff like that. But it's not his fault. It wasn't his fault. It was my fault. I needed to be more clear with that and more loud with it. But it's stuff like that that people need to pay attention to in terms of being a teacher.
So what really happened why I tend to use to do that? Most time I'm not on the Discord really listening to my
Right.
maybe up. And while I'm driving, I'm like, okay, it's close to minutes to 4, you know, like we normally get straight like minutes to 4, 5 minutes to 4 or whatever. So that was one of the reasons. But yeah, it's not your fault still.
No, but the thing is, Mikey, I still will blame myself. I don't want you. It's never your fault. It's always the teacher's fault. The teacher always needs to have foresight, no matter if it's not fair. No matter if I keep catching the short end of the stick and it feels like it's impossible to teach people and it feels like, you know, like I'm never catching a break. It doesn't matter. You just got to keep going, keep pushing. And I think that was my mistake because I was not more open with telling you that. It's not that I was more open. I should have just said it more to you specifically because I knew you were working later.
Yeah. I heard you talking about Louis. You're gonna be doing stuff with Louis. I think I wanna join up with Louis too. You know, if we can.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know.
Yeah. If Louis available, so if one stone kills two birds, you know.
100%.
Yeah, man. Cause I'm in the same situation like Louis. I am not able to really focus in the Discord or really watch. Cause even like right now, I'm actually driving in traffic, and one of the things I try not to do is to trade while I'm driving. That's very dangerous driving a commercial, you know.
Oh,
But
especially with
also
commercial,
when I
yeah.
yeah, also when I do get breaks, like I've been driving right now for over 6 hours and 18 minutes. I haven't stopped driving. I haven't taken any break. But when I do take a break, when things not going too crazy, of course I try getting trades. I try glance on my phone. I try glance on the computer. I do watch your screen. So I try do what I can. That's just it. Yeah, man.
No, yeah, that makes sense. I'm telling you. But I just wanted you to make sure you understand that I definitely could have been more clear with that. So going forward, for anybody else who's busy working, in order to go around my trades and me testing people, because I want everybody to have their own streamlined process, you got to just speak to me personally. So speak to me personally. I'll come up with a plan. I'll tell you when to trade. I'll tell you when not to trade. And we'll go forward like that. Because we need to teach, 100 different people with different brains at the same time. And the only way I can really do that is if everything is already structured, for each of these types of people. And then the second that somebody joins and we don't have a structure for them, instantly, that same day, I will create it. Just like Miss Michelle joined, who's a teacher. She's not going to be able to trade no more because she has to teach students. She's going to school. So I made it a challenge for myself to try to teach her within 2 weeks and create a personal trading style just for her. And I did it. Now she knows so much that it's crazy. She was telling me this. She was, unbelievably grateful for this because she was trading with a bunch of other groups and there was no change. There was no change. Every time you join a group is like they're just trying to give you trades and throw something at your face and make it seem like they're good and make it seem like they know what they're talking about and make it seem like they're the best in the world, and you could see right through them. You could see right through them. That's the funniest thing. That's why I'm saying, like, in terms of being real with people, you got to be real with people. That's why I'm always real with you guys. The same thing I tell you is the same thing I tell my parents. Like, for instance, every single time I go to a certain place, I give everybody my business card for the live stream. I give everybody the same card for my YouTube. I don't care who hears me. I don't care who it is. None of my business. All I do care about is being able to help people. And I know we're doing a really good job at that. I know we really are. I know we are. So as long as that's the case, we just got to do stuff real slowly, especially with everybody. Take it real slow, everybody. Real slow. By the way, Elijah, thank you for telling me that the ES was dropping. We can kind of look at it now. It looks like we're speeding up here. You fell down perfectly on top of... What point was this? Like the 164th point. And then, it's so crazy, everybody. Look at that. Look at what I was telling you earlier. I told you guys. I just remembered. I told you guys that if it holds on this green circle, which is basically... Let me move it to the right. The green circle is right here. I said if it holds on the green circle, you're going to run to the next midpoint, which is right here. Does everybody see how the market's always listening to structure? You hit this point, back to this point, perfectly back to this point. And you might ask, how do I have these boxes, right? Like, where do I get the boxes from? And the boxes come from... Those small boxes come from this bigger box. And you might ask, where does the bigger box come from? The bigger box, very simply, is from this bottom, which is August 1st to August 15th. It's your perfect 2-week projection. That's why it's still working even till now. So for the last week, I've been trading with old information. I want you all to understand that. And we're still killing the market, Old information, and we're still doing what we had to do. That's how you could predict the future. That's why I'm always able to predict the future again, Because this is an old box. Almost 15 days ago we made this. And it's still working even till now on the short term. When you copy it on top. I'm sure you all recognize that, yeah, I'm going to have to make a new box soon. So, yeah, we got to deal with that sooner or later. But that's all good. We'll just give it a couple days. We'll make the new box. You just have to keep making boxes. So all these levels are going to change again. Which kind of sucks. These were my favorite levels in like the last 3 months. Like this right here, this area the SPY's been in, has been such good trades, it's crazy. I'm very happy about this. So many opportunities, So many opportunities. I think there's going to be a lot more, though. As long as we could run up higher. So I kind of want the SPY to run up to 680 and 700. Because I'm telling y'all, you're going to make so much money. Trust me. Even if you don't have nothing right now, and you can't buy something that far out for the SPY to run up, don't worry. Don't stress it. It's okay. You got me. I got you. You listen to me. And everything else is going to happen very, very slowly. In terms of success, right? You need success to happen slowly. Because if it happens fast, there's no meaning. There needs to be meaning in what you do. I'm telling ya, this is it's so crucial. It's so important. It's the one thing that I didn't pay attention to, and when I paid attention to it, it was already too late. Nah, yeah, Elijah, let me tell you, brother, like I've been there. I felt nothing but loneliness. When you start making a certain amount of money and none of your friends want to do it, it's not a good place. People may think it is. People may think it sounds fun. Like, who cares about friends? Like, I'm good. I'll go by myself. Yeah, do that for a year. Let's see if you last. Do it for 2 years. Let's see if you last. Eventually, you're going to get to a point where you need somebody around you. You need to talk to people. Whether it's a girl, whether it's your mom, whether it's... Doesn't matter who it is. You need somebody who's around you, because eventually life is just going to become very bitter. You know? That's how it became for me, even though I had all that money. Which makes sense. I mean, I know so much people that make a good amount of money, and they have terrible lives. They're always talking about bad stuff, always talking about this and that, and I'm just like, bro, what's wrong with you? I'm not going to actually say it, but, you know, it's just like, you literally have stated your fault and how you can fix it. So fix it. But a lot of people, they just don't want to. They're fine with living in their own comfort. They're fine with living in their own mess, their own chaos, and they don't want to change. So you can't force them, you know? You can't. You know how many times I try to help a person and I gave them all the charts and all the information they needed, and the one thing they needed to do was lock in and trade, and they couldn't? So many times, everybody. So many times. But at the end of the day, you can't force that. You got to just be there for them. No matter how many times a person needs, no matter how many times, you know, a person takes to be successful, as long as you're there for them, you know, that's all that person needs. No, yeah, we literally are the 1%. 100%, Elijah. Coming up on 1 year with trading, and literally have 0 friends I speak about with this or help learn. And it makes life fun, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, like, life becomes imaginary almost. It becomes really fun. Like, I don't go outside and think about life the same way. I don't have no problems. I don't worry about nothing, honestly. Nothing. Even if I have health problems, I don't care about that. I don't worry about nothing. I don't fear nothing, and I don't worry about nothing. And as long as that's the case, you know, it's a good recipe for just enjoying everything around you. You said you might close these 2 puts just for a loss and then use that capital tomorrow? Hell yeah. There we go. That's a nice idea. For these puts, I'm still going to hold them. We can't average down, so we're just waiting to see how this turns out. If we take a loss, we're going to write about it. We're going to write a whole essay about it. See what we could have done better with the puts. See if we could have had a better play. And go from there. But yeah, honestly, at this point, I'm sure you guys understand that it's fine if you don't have any friends. I don't really have that much friends either, honestly. I mean, honestly, now I would say I have friends because, you know, we have Hoover in here, who's trading. I got a couple other friends that are trading, that are in my Discord. So those individuals, just like you, Elijah, I do consider, you know, especially people who I know in real life, I do consider you guys friends, of course, right? But if we're being real here, like, how many friends do I have that I could talk to, like, every day and night? Honestly, I mean, I can't really say that no more. That's the thing, because I have the whole Discord now. You guys are very similar to me. Like, I talk to Danny all the time. I talk to Culinary all the time. I practically call them every single day. So it's just like, you know, I don't really look for outside I don't try to look at helping people that are in my personal life because I'm already, you know, helping X amount of people. And I can't sacrifice my time for, you know, everybody has to be directed. So this is the best way to direct it. So I just make everybody kind of like focus here, you know? My fault. I think somebody said my fault. Did somebody say something? No, yeah, that's a good idea, Cody. Since you can't average down on them, you're just gonna sell them for a loss. No, yeah, I understand. Hell yeah. Take your capital, run away, run to the hills. You guys all know that the trades that I give you, they're not normal trades. We don't look at the market like a normal person, so you need to understand that everything has its own meaning. Just think about it like that.
That's about it.
My fault, Elijah. Were you saying something? I think you had your mic on by an accident. My fault, bro. Yo, averaging on the other put? You know, Cody, that was a good idea, honestly. I might tell everybody to average down on that put right now, too. It's a little late because we're not at the peak, but at the same time, it's not that bad to average down right now. It's only $8. Let me see what it dropped down to. Oh, damn, it only hit $8? That's it? Yeah, I'm telling y'all, this trade, we might open up tomorrow at $200 each if this market crashes from here. This is just like January. It's so similar, it's insane. So I'm wondering if it's going to happen the same way. We need to collapse like $10. If we can collapse $10, boom. We're going to open up at like 1,000% tomorrow. That's what I'm talking about, Cody. So you brought down your average from a minus 70% to just minus 20%. Excellent. Excellent. Looks like you're learning that averaging skill very perfectly. Now you're good, bro. No need to apologize. There's never a need to apologize. Come on now. It happens. Frost. Frost, frost, frost. You gotta call me, buddy. You gotta call me. Did he just leave? I love you, Frost. I'll see you later. You gotta call me, buddy. We gotta get these one-on-ones in order. You said what trade? Josie, do you follow me on Mumu? I suggest that you follow me on Mumu so you can see all my trades. Just so you don't have to say it all the time. Just so you can always see if I'm in a trade or not. We post everything on Mumu. Some days we don't post it on Mumu because there's so many trades, but days like today where it's a little slow and we already planned everything from yesterday, we tend to post it a little bit more on Mumu now. So all day today, all the trades were posted on Mumu. Because I could tell you what trade I'm in right now, obviously. I could tell you that, but that's not going to solve the fact of you not seeing the other trades. And that's much rather what I would want you to see, you know? Is see all my trades, see everything. And the only way you're going to do that is by being on the Discord, that's one. Or Mumu, that's two. I don't really post them on Twitter because honestly, that's just too much. I don't got that much time to do all that. So, yeah, just follow me on Mumu. You don't have to follow me on Twitter. Yeah, I'm looking at the prices right now, Cody, and I'm trying to see if I can get this average down a little bit lower. I want to see if we can buy like one or two more for $5. If we could, that would be awesome. That would be perfect. You're almost at 650. Ladies and gentlemen, you're almost there. You're almost at the first goal. Okay, now you're at the green line, everybody. You're finally here. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these trades. Let's see. Let's see what we could do here. We still have the puts for tomorrow. We have 3 of them. We might buy one more right here. Actually, yeah, screw it. Let's just buy one more at $8. That's not bad. Now we have 4 in total. Okay, so we just bought another one, everybody. So we have 4 puts in total for tomorrow. For you to drop out the sky and hit 636. Come on now. Let's do it. Very sharp red candle right there. Lots of volume being thrown into this market. We'll see if it persists the next couple hours here. By the way, Louis, thank you for sending me your account so I can see how much capital you're working with right now. Our goal, just so you know, Louis, your goal is to turn that money into at least $4,600 by Friday of this week. So that $2,900 should be $4,000 by Friday. We're going to plan it tonight whenever we speak. In terms of what I should tell you now ahead of time so everybody else can kind of prepare themselves if they have like a similar amount. I'm going to tell you to trade 5-day contracts specifically, but we're going to start using a little bit more money for your 0 days. So, for instance, like right now is not really a time where we want to get a 5-day contract. The only time where I'm allowing everybody to buy a 5-day put is going to be at 566, 564, in all honesty. Anywhere in between, we kind of don't want to buy nothing 5 days or 3 days. It's kind of like a waste, like what's called time. So you kind of want to just be focusing on 0 days. So yeah, we'll probably have a couple more 0-day trades for you to take. And then we're going to have a lot more 5-day trades for you to take, Louis. Probably like 10 days, 5 to 10 days. And then for the Tesla trade, that's kind of what I want to train you in first is Tesla. Because it's going to help a lot more in terms of your work schedule. Because Tesla trades, they tend to be very, very insane, to say the least. So in terms of profit, you can probably predict it very easy. More easy than SPY, I would say. And that's going to help out in terms of profit. You said these boxes are magical? Yes, sir. That is called the DARP trading style, ladies and gentlemen. That is DARP. DARP is probably the best trading style I've ever made besides reversal points. Reversal points required the most like breakdowns. It required the most time, honestly, to make the reversal points. But yeah, the boxes was the quickest thing I've ever made in terms of a trading style. So I'm happy you guys are using it. I'm happy it's helping every single one of you. Just make sure you look at it with every single stock. Get better with it. Get faster with it. Upgrade it. Make it better. You said, what's up with gold shooting up? Honestly, let me take a look. Yo, I haven't checked gold in such a long time. Thank you for remembering. I have not checked gold in such a long time. We can actually... You know what? Let's get into a gold trade. Wherever gold's at right now, I kind of want to get into a trade instantly. So let's see. By the way, I have all the charts done on futures. So if you need gold, if you need agriculture, if you need sunflower seeds, rapeseed seeds, cocoa beans. It sounds crazy, I know, but we could trade all that stuff. I already have the charts done for it. So make sure you let me know if you want to trade some of that. I'll give you my charts. So let's go to metals and then go to gold. Yeah, so gold's holding pretty well. Pretty nicely, honestly. I think the last trade on gold was like, let me see. Let's update this real quick. The last trade on gold, how much did we make? I forgot how much we made last time. We bought 100 contracts for gold at 3,000. I think we made... I have no idea. I forgot. Let me check. I thought I had it saved here. I think the only one I have saved is oil. Let me see. Do I have oil? Why don't I have gold here? Yeah, so oil, I have the pictures. I don't know why I don't have the pictures on gold. Oil, we pretty much did the same thing. We played calls down here, then we up here. We sold out, and then right here we basically saw that the market was falling. So we bought puts instantly, which was a stupid idea. I'll be honest with you. Because I lost all that money when you bounced up right here. I was down like 20,000 right here. So it was a stupid idea. It was the second time we ever traded this for oil. But it was pretty good because you literally just started listening to the DARP. This right here is my strongest trading style. So this is DARP, the weekly boxes, but this is pinpointing all the buys and sells. That's what you could do with those weekly boxes now. Is basically make charts like this. That's how you take it a step above. Or a step to the next level, you know? So like, let's just say, for instance, for oil, if you can't get above this area, it kind of looks like it's going to hold here. Kind of looks like it's going to get above and then start slingshotting straight up to this one right here. You know? Like it's going to do something like this. You know? If not, I could definitely see oil falling right back down. And these are the bigger trades. So whenever you're trading futures, you oftentimes hear stories about people making like 100 million or people turning $500 into like $1,000 or 100,000 or $1 million. And you're just like, how do these people take a very small amount into a crazy amount trading futures? And the answer is you basically have to have the charts done. And then when you have a big move, like whenever you're at a good put entry, you buy a put. That's it. So you see how you hit the red line over here? Look at that. Look at that drop right there. And I didn't buy no puts because I was still testing this. But look at how that worked out. Straight out the sky. Where we then bought it a bunch of times. And then sold it here. So it was kind of perfect, honestly. Anyways, let's look at gold. Last trade was a really good trade. I think we bought it down here. And we were down a crazy amount. When I say a crazy amount, I mean like a crazy amount. I was going to have a heart attack. But then you ran up and we sold out up here somewhere. And I think that was pretty much it. I think maybe we sold out here. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Because you ran up here. I didn't sell it. You fell down to here. And then you ran up to here. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm gone. I'm gone. That's it. It could go higher. I know it could, but I'm gone. That's it. It's too much. So let's take a look at SPY now. SPY is crashing here. It's still 402, so let's see if these options could drop down a little bit more. We might be able to make some money after hours here. 647 put is now at $2. Again, the 647 put is still at $2. I need this to basically fall down to 646. We need this to fall down to 646 in order for us to be profitable within the last 10 minutes here. Can it happen? Of course it can. Will it happen? Probably not. So we're going to mark that as a loss. We had our first loss in the last 3 days, everybody. We got to mark that down. We got to make an essay of it. We got to talk about why we had a loss. We got to talk about what the idea was. And then going into tomorrow, we had to clearly state and define what the change is going to be, so that we're not making another or having another loss with a contract that we buy. So again, this is just to, mark it as like a learning lesson, just to have something we can learn from. In terms of today's P&L, Louis, thank you for posting that as well. Honestly, I might have people do what you just did right there. I like that idea, Louis. I think I want to see everybody's P&L at the end of the day. That's what I'm going to start asking for now. So again, everybody, I'm going to start asking for your P&L every single day. I'll tell you how I want it, how you should post it, and what I want to see exactly. That's part of your P&L. And the reason for this is not because I'm trying to make it seem like you're garbage or you're a bad trader. It's because I want to be able to help. That's it. So this allows me to at least see if somebody's struggling or if they're not making the same amount as other people, and I can focus my attention to them. Whoever's making the least, they need the most attention. I think we all agree. And then as I start focusing on every single person that needs the most help, we'll start focusing on everybody else who's just, you know, kind of like in the middle. And then we'll start focusing on the top traders right after that. You got to go piece by piece by piece by piece to really help everybody. And then for tomorrow, honestly, this makes it really, really good. Tomorrow, we might just play puts off the open. So today we just lost $10, which is perfect. That's okay. That happens. And then what else can we go over? Honestly, that's it, everybody. I think I kind of want to take another break. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to go outside. Does anybody want to call me? Louis, I'm going to send you my phone number. If anybody on this Discord does not have my phone number, make sure. And by the way, please do not leak my phone number. This is the only phone number that I want to have my whole life. So just don't leak my phone number by an accident, please. But aside from that, anybody here can have my phone number. This is my actual phone, not like a side phone or like a Google phone or like a free phone number. No, this is my real phone number. So make sure you individuals text me, set up your plan to have our classes tonight. If you guys want to stay in the chat, I'll literally leave outside and then I'll stay in the chat and walk around and talk to you guys. If you guys want to do that as well. I don't know if you guys want to hear me talk. I think you heard me talk enough today. Just in case we have no one-on-ones, I'll just stay in the chat. I'm waiting for people to text me right now. If everybody just keeps leaving, it's fine. Just leave. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not mad at it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. No, but yeah. Enjoy the rest of your days, and not the rest of your days. Enjoy the rest of your day. Days. Why do I make it sound like that? But yeah, just enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll also be talking later tonight if I remember. And so I got Mikey, I got Louis, I got to talk to tonight. We have a couple people we have to talk to. So after I'm done with these conversations, we're then gonna kind of kick things back into gear and see if we could do something more amazing. I really want to see if we could time history. I think that we're the best traders in the world, and I truly think that we're a force to be reckoned with. So if that's the case, let's make history, everybody. Let's make history. Let's be the most, not really foresighting. I can't really say that. It's not really a word, but let's just have the most foresight in the world. Let's have the best trades in the world. Let's time the most sectors. Let's time the most stocks. Let's literally be the best. They're going to make movies out of this. So just make sure that everybody here feels their role and feels their position of being absolutely amazing. Not that you're just some side role or a side character or something like that. No, that's not the case here. But just make sure you understand the potential of what can happen here with what we're doing. And if you would like to create your own community, make sure that you take it very slow. You tell me that. And we'll start putting in some plans so that you can actually become a teacher. Because listen, you can make money with trading, and then you can make money with teaching people. Why is that a bad thing? That's not a bad thing at all. As long as you're not making more money from teaching than trading. Because sometimes that gets a little iffy with some people. Sometimes. That's why when I started making around $10,000 a month with teaching, am I trading and making more than $10,000 a month at the time? I was not. So as soon as that occurred and I was making more than I was trading, I literally kicked out everybody. I kicked out 90 people out of 100 people. Actually, more. There was more people I kicked out. If you really do the math. Because if we had 200 students in total, now we have only 30 right now. But again, we kind of grew a little bit ever since we kicked everybody out. And that was pretty much it. It's pretty good now. Pretty good in terms of just the growth, in terms of who's in the Discord, in terms of who's paying attention. I like it. I think this is proper now. So now we can actually grow. Same thing with you guys. When you guys become teachers, you have to be the same way. If you're not, the universe is going to burn you, and the universe is going to take every single thing from you. So I have nothing bad to say, honestly. I don't threaten nobody. I don't look down upon nobody. The universe is going to do everything, you know, that needs to happen. I'm good. I don't got to do that. So just make sure you have people's best interests at hearts, you know, at your heart, and really try. If you really want to be a teacher, like I said, please, I'm telling you, I need more teachers. I need more people who want to teach people. I need it. I absolutely need it. No matter how many times I ask, I need it. So, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy. I'm going to handle these one-on-ones, and then we're probably going to start up a live stream around 9 p.m., maybe 8 p.m. I don't really have nothing to do before then, so yeah, I'll let you guys know on Mumu. We'll talk about the loss. So right now I'm going to write about the loss. I'm going to have these one-on-ones.